questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple of remote speakers. We'll start there with Gabe Reed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, council people. I want to start by thanking you for your service to the people of Austin. I am representing the Universal Tech Movement, and I want to be clear that I support the community investment budget. And just to highlight some of our work, right? Last year, we served over 300 unique clients, and this year, we have over 500 more clients with applications we have received. And the average wage increase that we see is 30,000 among the clients that we serve with from occupational training, job placement support, even services along the lines of digital equity, helping them get access to Wi-Fi, computers, teaching them how to use emails, and the skills to enterprise pipeline. And just want to emphasize that, we are humbled to speak before you all. And, this is why we support the community investment budget, because we are seeing lives transformed among Austinites. And we only want to continue to see Austinites' lives transformed, particularly those that maybe come from vulnerable backgrounds, whether that is unhoused, whether that is reducing recidivism. I was just talking to a client yesterday that said he's sleeping in his car. Another client that just signed up said that he just got out of penitentiary. So really want the people's hearts to be moved to support this.
Thank you. Stephanie Hernandez.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stephanie Hernandez, and I am the unit supervisor for the Rapid Rehousing Department of Family Elder Care. What is rapid rehousing? It's a lot what it sounds like. We work one-on-one with older adults experiencing homelessness and quickly get them into housing. Almost all of our clients have been chronically homeless, and our job is to get them to a place of stability. Finding housing, it is the crucial first step because it's nearly impossible to get ahead when you don't have a place to sleep at night. But honestly, that's when the real work starts. Once our clients are housed, the goal is to get them healthier, find work, increase their income, enroll them in benefits so that when our assistance ends, they can remain stably housed. However, this takes very close, intense case management. On an interesting personal note, I was once in a somewhat similar situation because of a few bad breaks. My husband and I were also unable to afford the place that we lived in. So we moved in with my mother-in-law. However, she created weekly tasks for us, similar how we do with our clients, individual service plan. And we just kind of had to learn how to budget, spruce up the resume, apply to different jobs, take online education courses. And we had to show her each week what we had done. And it worked. It actually worked. But not everyone is lucky as I am to have a mother-in-law or a support system like I did. Many people have nowhere to turn to, and that's where Family Elder Care steps in. I'm proud to say that the last year alone, 82% of our clients enrolled were able to find income, maintain it, or increase it because of the support that they received from Family Elder Care. We cannot go backwards now. We have so much momentum, especially in our rapid rehousing program. We have learned so much. And
Thank you very much.
So many tweaks to our program.
Jennifer Palomero.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Palermo. Good morning. I see that you guys got my message from last week about funding the SAFE Alliance. Thank you. Please be sure to go ahead and formally contract them again this year. However, here it comes. I finished going through the proposed budget, and I noticed that as far as cuts, they were generally directed towards schools and persecuted social groups, Asian immigrant communities, Black business, Mexican arts, and other Latino groups. I make no commentary about intention. However, I am hereby formally demanding a racial and educational equity impact statement on the proposed budget to make sure that this is not unjustly impacting those groups, or to simply raise the funding for the community investment budget. Speaking of impact, just so you guys know in case you didn't already, there are people planning a rally for Antonio Williams outside of City Hall today at 6 p.m. He was the victim of a suicide by cop that resulted in his fatality. You guys have already heard the statistics before, but suicide by cop is the cause of up to 1/3 of all killings by cops, and there's actually training to prevent that has been offered to APD, suggested, pushed on APD multiple times before, and they continue to refuse to actually take that training. Now, no matter how you feel about police, politics, APD, et cetera, Austin cannot cut funding to schools and persecuted social groups while giving raises to police who are refusing to be schooled and who are involved in deaths and suicides of members of those groups. So again, I am formally demanding an equity impact statement, or that you raise the CIB as we've been asking. Also, no raises for APD, and require the suicide by cop prevention training. Thank you so much. I'm reporting in from the district of Rich Haman.
Nilifer Tanner.
Hello, good morning. This is Nilüfer Selen Tanner from Universal Tech Movement. As the Director of Strategic Partnerships and Global Impact, I support the community investment budget. At UTM, we address community safety and stability at its root by replacing economic vulnerability with workforce readiness, structured tech education, and systematic barrier removal for communities and individuals in need. In our last year's program, we served around 380 unique clients, earning industry credentials and securing high-tech roles with an average annual salary increase of $30,000, providing that workforce development and training serve as far better preventive measures to enhance safety and reduce crime. Thank you, and thank you for your service and this opportunity for testimony. Have a good day.
Courtney Jones.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Courtney Jones. I proudly serve on the Board of Directors for Family Elder Care. I am also a social worker, the founder of Change One, and someone who has experienced both foster care and homelessness. Those experiences have taught me that things that I will never forget. Public safety starts long before a 911 phone call. I know what it feels like to need support before a crisis becomes an emergency. I also know what happens when that support isn't there. That's why organizations like Family Elder Care matters. Every day, Family Elder Care helps older adults and adults with disabilities remain safely housed, connected to care, and supported before they reach a crisis. These services prevent emergencies, and they also reduce the strain on public systems and strengthen our communities. As you may have to make this difficult budget decision, I ask that you view this support services from an investment, not an expense. When we reduce funding from prevention, the need doesn't just disappear. It simply becomes more expensive through emergency rooms, shelters, law enforcement, and other crisis responses. Before reducing funding from essential community services, I urge you to exalt every opportunity to find other ways to preserve this funding for our community. Supporting Family Elder Care is not compassionate. It is a financial responsible thing to do. When Austin is invested in prevention, Austin is stronger. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Alexis Hirth.
Hi, my name is Alexis Harris. I'm a concerned citizen reporting from District 6, Crystal Lane. So next year, city employees are getting a 3% raise, which is mostly consumed by the 33% increase in their healthcare premiums and a tripling of ER visit costs. Vital city programs like Parks and Rec and Austin Community College are struggling with funding and staffing that they have, and they're looking at hiring freezes and layoffs. Jobs are scarce, food is unaffordable, housing is unaffordable. Meanwhile, the proposed budget suggests giving a permanent 6% raise to the already bloated APD budget. APD is already over a third of the entire city budget, close to 36, 37%. And any increase we give them is gone forever, thanks to state level meddling. So either this is something that you want to do, which makes the APD more bloated, more powerful, while the rest of our social systems starve, or you're playing into Abbott's hands. We've already locked in any raises, and we shouldn't be giving them anything else at this point. Luxury condos sit empty while our neighbors are forced to live outside in the Texas heat. The unhoused do not need encampment management. They don't need shelters. They need permanent housing. We spend more money managing the unhoused than we ever would just giving them housing. Housing programs have worked well in other cities, so why aren't we going all out on that? Why have we decided that it's acceptable to treat our fellow humans like trash instead of helping them? We are supposedly a prosocial species, and we need to act like it. The city council voted to give themselves a 40% raise in 2022, while my loved ones at Parks and Rec struggle to make ends meet. The council proposes giving APD a permanent raise right after they executed another Black child, Anthony Williams II, over a water bottle. Clear what the council's priorities are, and we are paying attention. An election is coming up, and we need to refocus our priorities to center food, housing, and mental health.
Thank you very much.
Especially.
Sarah Williams.
Hello, my name is Sarah Williams. I'm calling as a concerned citizen and local nurse. I have worked with the unhoused population here in Austin for most of my career in nursing. I want to be really clear that when we send the message that we're increasing APD budget while cutting vital social services, especially those targeted toward our marginalized communities, we're sending the message that policing is the answer. To make it very clear on what happens whenever our police encounter unhoused individuals under the camping ban, they sweep their tents. They throw away everything, including their medical assistive devices, any kind of leg amputation support that they have, wheelchairs, it all goes in the trash, as well as their vital documents. Local organizations are working tirelessly to replace these things so individuals can get recourse, and increasing APD's budget so they can make it harder on those of us who are supporting the social strain is absurd. APD killed a child last Friday, and he is being labeled as death by cop or suicide by cop. They're not hitmen. There should never be an instance where a police officer is unable to de-escalate and approach a situation, whether the person is armed or not, like many of the people in my profession do every single day. We encounter individuals with guns and knives for self-protection, and we have never had an instance where they or my team has been fatally harmed in working with the unhoused population. So I want to be really clear about the message that City Council is looking to send when they offer to increase APD's budget, because we can never get that money back due to the state interventions. Please, I urge you to put those millions of dollars towards services that actually help our community, that save lives rather than take them, and that keep our children safe and help support individuals experiencing homelessness across our state. It is vital that we look at what we're doing and the message that we send with these funds. It should not be that cops can kill our children without impunity. They shot that boy immediately.
Thank you very much.
Bridget Walter.
Hello, my name is Bridget Walter. I'm calling from District 7. I would like to echo everyone's sentiments, stating that funding for the police activity here in Austin does not reduce crime, does not help those statistics. If that's the logic behind funding these departments, what actually helps increase safety for everyone is funding for social services, for the unhoused, for communities at risk. And I would like for this matter to be taken seriously. I think that everyone's made some very good points, and I think that it would be great if the city council and mayor could listen to the citizens and make sure that I can continue to be proud to live in Austin. Thank you very much.
Peter Kim.
Fellow members of Austin City Council, I'm calling in to register my feelings as a constituent and taxpayer in Austin and as a resident of District 1. And I want to make it very clear, not another cent for killer cops. I am absolutely livid to see that the current proposal grants APD an extra $13 million over what they're contractually entitled to. Why is this even a possibility? This, to me, is a budget, a document that reeks of cowardice and cynicism. It is indicative of an administration that cares so much about looking like it takes crime seriously that it would rather bankroll an institution that has a history of murdering its own constituents than actually invest in the long-term community-based solutions that would make all of us truly safer. In fact, it's actively disinvesting in them so that we can make more room for police dollars. The city manager is claiming that in order to balance the books, we need to slash social service contracts by $16.8 million. I want to reiterate, this current budget is granting APD an extra $13 million. Am I really supposed to believe that the city, even with the failure of the TRE last year, cannot find the money to keep those programs alive? Because we live in the state of Texas, once the police budget is increased, it can never be reduced again. And so why are we sitting here thinking about increasing it more than we need to, especially after council has been telling us over and over and over again that we all need to tighten our belts? So many of you on the dais right now voted to grant APD that ridiculous $250 million contract back in 2024 after swearing up and down that we had the money to pay for it. And now here we are with the proof in front of us that that was a big fat lie. And so right now, this minute, Mayor Watson, council members, Harper Madison, Fuentes, Vela, Alter, and Ellis, do not allow this budget to pass as is unamended. Invest in our communities and not in killer cops.
That was all the remote speakers we have this time, so I'm going to transition over to in-person speakers. Andrew Hairston, Savannah Lee, Delise Molina, Victoria Loonstein Barone, Shelby Evans. Please come on down and take a seat at the podium. Be sure to state your name before you begin speaking.
Please begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Savannah Lee. I'm with Equity Action and a resident of District 1. I'm here today in support of the community investment budget. As we discuss public safety in this year's budget, I want to highlight two priorities from the community investment budget that are missing from the proposed budget, but are essential if we truly want a safer Austin. First, there should be absolutely no increase to the already bloated police budget. Let's be clear. The Supreme Court has repeatedly held that police have no legal obligation to protect us. Yet this budget proposes cutting programs that prevent crime, reduce recidivism, and address the root causes of violence, while continuing to invest in a department that has cost taxpayers near millions in use of force settlements over the last 15 years. That isn't public safety, it's a failure of priorities. Our community has made its position clear. We cannot afford to spend another dollar expanding the police budget. Second, last fall, Councilmember Lane's resolution directed the city to explore creating a joint emergency communications department. The community investment budget calls on council to create that department this budget cycle and move the civilian call takers currently housed within APD into it. Public safety starts with sending the right response the first time. Austin has invested in alternatives like mental health and community-based response programs, but those investments only work if our dispatch system is designed to connect people with the right responders when they need them the most. If we want a budget that reflects our values, we have to invest in the systems that prevent harm, not just respond to it after the fact. I urge you to adopt the community investment budget and prioritize the investments that will make Austin healthier, safer, and more accountable. Thank you.
Please begin.
Hello, my name is Victoria Lundstein Barone. I don't know which district I'm in. I'm an incorporated address. Listen, I know that you guys are doing the best that you can, and I think that there is an indefinite need to do better, right? We're always trying to do that every single day. So my biggest issue is that there's no operations management model and pipeline for there's no theory of management, basically. I'm here to say that when it comes to the community budget, I am representing the fact that it is not a professional budget. It isn't we are spending $72,000 per person in chronically unshelteredness. The holding yourself accountable, there's a whole document I've sent to you. I made an operations management model out of all your documents from city and county. I was able to do that. So the fact that we can do better has come across my lap, and the how to do that has become very evident. Now, my question is, why wouldn't we do better with the community investment budget? Because I don't follow anyone. I follow my own path. I am a person facing domestic violence and horrible circumstances right now that I'm trying to get through. And I know that without like the African American Foundation to give me therapy, I don't know what I would do. I've been through some horrible stuff. So I think we really need to be a little bit more motivated when you look at how you're doing your budget. Okay, and where you stand as a city. I think that it just top down, bottom up, harm reduction model, conflict resolution, risk management, and restorative justice models are required.
Thank you.
Emily Witt, Ashley Copeland, Corby Jastro, Susan Spataro, Jeff Dickerson.
How about we start with Ms. Spataro and we'll work our way down the
Okay.
row.
Susan Spataro, District 8. And I would want to talk about the police budget, but I want to start with this quote, which was just yesterday, and that is the Council on Criminal Justice nationwide studied crime rates in 30 major cities. They went down 31%, but now read this. However, there were 4 cities that had an increase between 2019 and 2026. The largest was Austin, with a 74% hike in reported homicides. We ought to be concerned about that. Our police department is not getting a big fat padded raise. That is not true. The police budget, and I'm going to round this off, in 25-26, that's this year, $525 million, it jumps to $549 million in the new budget. That is a 4.6% increase. Now, the important thing about that, and it's kind of an accounting thing, the big increase is in a line item called transfers, debt service, and other support services. Now, what does that mean? That means, and this is kind of a governmental accounting thing, you put the money in the top and you shoot it out the bottom. It's like indirect expenses. In other words, the chief does not control that. An example might be, it's not a line item budget, but if, for instance, central HR helped the police department, that's charging them. So the fact that those, and of the police budget this year, 20% of it is in that. The police have no control over support services. They have no control what it costs in HR or IT. So it's unfair to say that there's a bloat in the police budget. When you look at the increases, what you see is support services, that's this indirect, increased by $15 million. In other words, it is a 13.3% increase. Thank you.
Mr. Jastro.
Good morning. My name is Corby Jastro and a resident of District 10. Thank you for allowing me to speak today and appreciate the thoughtful approach to the city's budget and your continued commitment to public safety. As budget discussions continue, I encourage you to preserve the proposed funding increases for police, fire, and EMS. These investments are critical to maintaining the level of service that Austin residents expect and deserve. From our perspective, at the Central Texas Public Safety Commission, we regularly hear from first responders about the resources that make a tangible difference in their ability to serve safely and effectively. Having the right staffing, equipment, and support benefits first responders directly and impact response times, emergency outcomes, and community confidence. Public safety is one of the most fundamental services a city provides. Continuing to invest in the people who protect Austin is a long-term investment in the health, safety, and resilience of our entire community. Thank you for your leadership and your continued support of Austin police officers, firefighters, and Travis County EMS medics. We appreciate your partnership and hope you'll continue to prioritize these essential investments as this budget moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Good morning, and thank you for giving us the time. My name is Ashley Copeland. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Central Texas Public Safety Commission. And we just want to stand here today and say thank you for prioritizing public safety into the proposed budget. We truly appreciate the leadership of all of you guys and the recognition of the important role that our police officers, our firefighters, and our medics play in keeping Austin safe. We would like to encourage you to preserve the proposed investments in police, fire, EMS. These are investments in people who answer the call for our safety every hour, every single day. Maintaining these increases means departments can continue recruiting and retaining qualified personnel and provide equipment for first responders that they need safely to do their jobs, as well as provide training to encourage and support our first responders so they show up effectively in the way that they need to. At the Central Texas Public Safety Commission, we have the privilege of working alongside these agencies every single day. We see firsthand incredible dedication and sacrifice of the men and women serving the community, and I personally want to say thank you to them today. It has been the best, most eye-opening part of my job is to see behind the scenes how much work that is put into, the thoughtfulness put into keeping us safe every day, and the sacrifices that are made. Whether it's responding to a fire, providing life-saving medical care, protecting neighbors during emergencies, they consistently put others before themselves. And today, as the Chief Operating Officer of the Central Texas Public Safety Commission, and even more importantly, as a mother of 4, I truly believe that whenever our community invests in first responders, all of us will benefit in the end. These investments strengthen public safety, they improve response capabilities, and ultimately make Austin a safer place to live, to work, and again, most importantly, to raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dickerson?
Good morning, Mayor, council members. My name is Jeff Dickerson from District 5. I'm here to ask you to reject the new spending in the budget in its current form. Residents are being asked and told that difficult choices are necessary and programs must be reduced or eliminated. Yet the current budget continues to show spending increases. Looking at the presentation above, I highlighted 5 areas, which is new spending as well as new O&M that are coming out of the general fund. The issue is not whether these programs have value. The issue is priority and accountability. Before asking homeowners for higher taxes, increases, let's do a full audit review, eliminate unnecessary consultant fees, measure outcomes using true fiscal and verifiable outcomes. Do all these items before increasing the tax burden. Residents are already facing higher property, insurance, utility, fees, inflation. This government should not automatically grow faster than the residents' ability to pay. Please adopt a budget that starts with efficiency, accountability, and prioritizing core services before asking taxpayers for more. I'd like to make one other comment on the previous speakers that say this service, police, social services, it's not one or the other. It's a combination of policing, social services, and citizens' involvement that make Austin safer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sundiata Allen Connor, Chantel, Devin Vorsanger, Monica Guzman, Benjamin Kramer, Daniela Silva.
If your name's been called, please come forward. Sir, as soon as you're ready, you can begin. Just state your name for the record, please.
Devin Vorsanger. Good morning. My name is Devin Vorsanger. I'm a resident of District 9, and I work in District 1, and I'm here today in support of the community investment budget because I believe public safety and workforce development are not 2 separate line items. They're the same investment seen from 2 different angles. I lead entrepreneurship and workforce programs at Universal Tech Movement. What I see every day is simple. A person with a real pathway to a good job is a person who is stable. Stability is the foundation of safety. When someone has a career they can build a life on, they are less likely to end up in crisis, less likely to end up in the justice system, and less likely to need an emergency response at all. Workforce development is not an alternative to public safety spending. It is one of the most effective public safety tools this city has. That is why the $2 million allocated to workforce development in this budget matters so much, alongside the $4.3 million for the Office of Violence Prevention. These are not competing requests. A young person connected to a mentor and a career pathway through the workforce grants is a young person the Office of Violence Prevention never has to intervene with later. A resident who secures a good paying job through these programs is less likely to need the Trauma Recovery Center or Community Violence Intervention Services down the line. Prevention and opportunity work together, stopping the problem upstream before a crisis ever happens. I know this council has taken real steps in recent years towards investing in community-based programs, and that progress is worth protecting. This year's proposed budget grows the Austin Police Department by roughly $25 million while asking social service contracts, the same upstream workforce and prevention investments you helped us build, to absorb those $16.8 million in cuts. I'm asking you to build on the progress already made, not step back from it, by keeping the police budget flat and fully investing in the programs that keep Austin's workforce and Austin's neighborhoods stable. I urge council to fully fund workforce development, protect the Office of Violence Prevention, keep the police budget flat, and support the community investment budget. Thank you for your time and for investing in the safer and more stable Austin.
Thank you, sir. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Benjamin Kramer. I'm a District 9 resident and Chief Education Officer of Austin PBS, located in District 4. I'm also wearing Sesame Street socks, but you can't see those right now. I come before you today to ask you to maintain current funding for Austin PBS's Play to Learn program, part of the Ready Families Collaborative, currently funded by Austin Public Health. For more than a decade, our research-based Play to Learn program has served income-eligible families with children ages 2 to 5. Whether children are about to enter pre-K3, pre-K4, kindergarten, or first grade, every parent who completes the program reports noted improvement in their child's age-appropriate school readiness skills and traits. The benefits extend beyond academics. Play to Learn builds community for often isolated parents, typically mothers, and increases social contact for children. Our trusted staff connect families to additional community agencies and support services. This is especially important if we note a particular need that can be addressed during the key years of brain plasticity, social-emotional development, and physical growth. Play to Learn is also a wise investment. The 10-week program costs just over $1,000 per family. Think about how these costs are recouped if we successfully transition a child to a public school, pre-K or kinder, school ready, that they may not have attended otherwise. Consider how school readiness at pre-K or kinder paves the way for subsequent transitions through grade levels without costly retention or interventions. Consider how early detection of special needs can lead to early intervention and reduced future needs for special education and other additional services. And think about how a joyful first schooling experience affects participation in later school and community life. If we are going to achieve the aims of Generation ATX, I urge you to maintain funding for the Ready Families Collaborative. This modest investment in children and families will pay economic and social dividends for years to come. Thank you.
Elmo would have enjoyed your testimony. Appreciate you.
I have another remote speaker, Sarah Walter.
Hello, my name is Sarah. I'm a resident of District 1, and as the council considers the budget, I just want to point out that given recent decisions such as Dog's Head and recent events, there's some trust that is at stake here, and I'm really encouraging you to listen to residents of Austin and especially groups like Grassroots Leadership, Austin Justice Coalition, and others. I want us to preserve the public good, and as we think about public safety, I really think it's important to define it. And some of the other speakers before me really spoke to this. I want to preserve parks and libraries and improve them, and I also want to provide social services with my tax dollars. I want them to go towards these important needs and not towards a $24 million plus increase in APD's budget. I think you should keep the budget flat because this police force has shown time and again that they can't act according to their stated purpose, which on their website says they are there to create a safer Austin while serving the community in a way that bonds our police officers to its citizens. And I want to ask council, are they doing their job? And if they're not, why are we giving them more funding? If I were not performing my job duties according to my stated purpose, I would not be getting a raise. Money is the only leverage we have as a city to make real change. And Anthony Williams should be alive today. I've been sickened and saddened that this child has been silenced. And immediately, Police Chief Davis blamed him for the cops who committed horrific violence instead of calling for an investigation. I want to see council include Austin residents in police oversight. I want to
Thank you very much.
hold these investigations.
Andrea Abel, Yaneth Flores, Michael Ward Jr., Hannah Thornton, Britton Calvin, Alicia Fish-Weicher.
I'll begin here and we'll go this direction.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Andrea Abel. I'm Executive Director of FarmShare Austin, and I live in District 3. I'm here specifically to address the line item in the APH budget labeled $400,000 reduction in funding that supported the Convenient Healthy Food Program. In previous budgets, this line item may have been listed as Healthy Food Access. Since 2016, Austin City Council has included this line item in the budget to support healthy food access initiatives, which includes a $255,000 annual contract for FarmShare Austin to run Fresh for Less mobile markets and home delivery. Fresh for Less serves over 33,000 people year-round with access to reduced price, affordable, high-quality produce and healthy groceries in 25 high-need zip codes across Austin and Travis County in 9 out of 10 city council districts. We have a 10-year record of providing critical food access, exceeding deliverables, and being efficient stewards of public funds. We are low cost, not no cost. We are upstream. We are enabling customers to shop with dignity and pay with SNAP, double up food bucks, cash, or credit card. 95% of our customers increase their fruit and vegetable consumption. 60% of our customers have household incomes of $35,000 a year or less. Our mobile market partners include 3 central health sites, People's Community Clinic, and Foundation Communities Apartment Complex. Our home delivery targets people with mobility challenges who otherwise may not be able to leave their homes easily to grocery shop. We also leverage Fresh for Less to partner with Ascension Seton on Food as Medicine and Lone Star Circle of Care also on Food as Medicine. This investment is more than food. It's about preventing chronic disease, reducing reliance on emergency food assistance, supporting local farmers, and improving health outcomes across our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Hannah Thornton, and I live in District 3. I am speaking to ask Council to reinstate proposed budget cuts for social services while holding flat funding for the Austin Police Department. I want to speak specifically about the Fresh for Less program, which the proposed budget cuts in a targeted manner. Fresh for Less brings mobile markets with fresh fruits and vegetables and nutrient-dense pantry staples to community spaces throughout the Eastern Crescent. For example, on Thursday mornings at the Southeast Health and Wellness Center on Montopolis, you can bring your kids to their doctor's visit and then purchase farm fresh vegetables for dinner using your SNAP benefits. The Fresh for Less markets run multiple programs to keep this food affordable for shoppers, including nutrition incentive programs that cut the cost of produce in half. They are a cost-effective, innovative approach to bringing fresh food to food-insecure communities. The proposed budget cuts a program like Fresh for Less that provides accessible, nourishing food to low-income shoppers while increasing the budget for APD, a department that has seen dramatic budget increases year over year and has a track record of actively harming Black and Brown communities in Austin. This budget does nothing to address that pattern or to hold APD accountable for its failures. I'm asking Council to fight for a budget that funds innovative and nourishing programs like Fresh for Less while holding the APD budget flat and investing in community violence intervention strategies that can mitigate or prevent the harm caused by police in our communities. In short, I'm asking Council to value and support the lives of its constituents. For this city to truly thrive, we need every one of us to be nourished and cared for and to be able to walk the streets without fear. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Michael Ward Jr., and I'm with District 1. I'm the president and CEO of Universal Tech Movement and co-founder of 2 Word Solutions and 2 Words, 1 Love. And I'm served on several different local boards here in Texas. I'm speaking today with Equity Action in full support of the community investment budget. I'm wearing this Love Our City shirt from my church, Greater Mount Zion, shout out to y'all, as a reminder of why we govern today. And the work that we do is all around caring for our people. The proposed budget allocates $549.6 million to the Austin Police Department, representing a roughly $24.2 million increase. Meanwhile, social service grants face $5.35 million cut that eliminates 24 vital community programs while slashing 53 others. We know there are far more effective ways to reduce crime and increase safety upstream. Research from the University of Texas at Austin proves that $1 invested in job training returns $4.10 to our local economy. Local safety studies from Austin shows that technical training reduces recidivism by 21%, and Houston studies right across the pond proves that job placement allows us to reduce re-erase by 60%. Government and nonprofits are supposed to collaborate to address these community gaps. Just yesterday at the City of Austin Equity Office webinar, they had a slide that stated every department, every decision, together we shape economic mobility. Cutting livelihood and digital access directly contradicts that shared goal. At Universal Tech Movement, a proud awardee of City of Austin, a licensed Texas career school on the ETPL, we showed that collaboration looks like. Partnering with Workforce Solutions, City of Austin, Texas Workforce Commission, we help residents earn over 180 certifications just last year, secure high-paying jobs, and increase their wages by $30,000. This is what reduces crime and increases safety. So I urge you to fully fund the community investment budget, keep APT budget flat, move 911 dispatch out of APD, and expand the workforce development services. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Daria Deptula, Lily Ann Ortiz, Rye Vaz. Rye, are you here? Is Shelby Evans here?
They need to be in the council chambers if they're going to donate time.
What about Courtney? Both outside? Okay.
Please come down. Whenever you're ready, just begin. Thank you. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daria Deptua. I live in District 9. I was a teacher for 5 years, and I'm currently a Master of Social Work student. And I'm here today because it just breaks my heart that last week, a Black child named Anthony O. Williams II lost his life just because he had the courage to reach out for help when he needed it. I may not be a licensed social worker yet, but I come from a long line of people who care. My mother is a therapist, and my Polish grandmother was a psychiatric nurse in Poland right after the Holocaust. You've all heard a lot of statistics today, and I don't think it's really necessary to repeat them, because at this point in time, I think it's really easy to prove that de-escalatory approaches to crisis intervention are much more effective than confrontational approaches, especially when it comes to mental health crisis intervention. And my little brother is a beautiful example of how a police officer can be a kind, compassionate, and caring person. Please keep the police budget flat. Black boys deserve to grow old. Thank you.
Did Shelby or Courtney make it?
I don't believe so, but that's okay. Council, I'm extremely disappointed that we are here deprioritizing city resources to strip our social programs over the police budget. I'm Rye, District 9.
Thank you.
I'm against this. $24.6 million APD while we're cutting 27 of our social safety nets. I hate that we have to be here again. I hate that I have to be here to advocate for everyone I represent with my own identity, but also that I have to be here to voice the pain of our ATX community has felt. I'm mixed Latina. If I call APD to get help, there is more than a likely chance I will get shot. And if I am read as white by a discerning cop, there is still a chance I get hate crimed and not listened to. A 17-year-old black child will not live a full life because the cops saw him as such, a black child. If they had seen him as white, it would have ended differently and 20 shots would not have been discharged. I'm also trans. If I get assaulted at a club, I have no guarantee that I won't get chokeslammed into the floor as much as APD wants to go to the LGBTQ Quality of Life Commission and say that that video was taken out of context. It is also to be said that the LGBTQ liaison that they brought to said meeting didn't exist, or at least when a community member at that meeting tried to call the provided number, they were greeted with a different person entirely from the person who was in attendance at the meeting. If the worst happens and I do get raped, I want the gold standard of care from the SAFE program, not a squad car ride to a religious hospital, which is more than likely in the Austin area, that still retains the right to charge me for the night stay. Why must we give 6 figures to clean up graffiti? Why must we be taking away from our community when there are city council officials that make 6 figures? The community will exist with or without the current city admin, so then why are we not charging a cent for Doghead? Why did we try to expand highways and destroy aquifers that would have greatly impacted our water supplies? Why?
Thank you.
Eddie Franz, Nadia Velasquez, Richard Gartner, David Wolf, Donna Williams.
If your name's been called, please come forward. Whenever you're ready, sir, just state your name for the record, please.
My name is Eddie Franz, Executive Director of Jail to Jobs, co-founder of ATX Peace. And at 9 o'clock this morning, we were out by the flagpoles, ATX Peace, Jail to Jobs, Life Anew, African American Youth Harvest Foundation, Community Impact, and others praying for you. Because whether we agree on what your decisions are or not, it's a hard job. I get that. As an ED, I make a budget every year, and there are decisions in there that not everybody likes. But my God has asked me to pray for y'all, to give you wisdom and knowledge and guidance. And that's what I'm going to do today. I'm not asking for anything right now. I'm offering. Just to let you know that there's a lot of people in the community that understand the difficulties that you're going to go through the next 2 weeks. We're praying for you. We're here for you. We understand the difficulties, and just want you to know that we might not always agree, but we believe that this city is one of the best cities in the nation, and that we are going to do everything we can to help you and to help community make that a reality every day. So thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hello, my name is Nadia Velasquez, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I have spent my career working exclusively with nonprofits providing mental health and other supportive services in the Austin community. Currently, I'm doing that with family elder care. Accessible and affordable mental health resources in the Austin community are dwindling, but this isn't true for private practice groups. Private practices are seeing their clientele grow, and the reason why is because mental health care works, and people are using it. But the challenge in the Austin community is that affordable and accessible mental health services are increasingly limited. In the past few years, Travis County has seen a discontinuation of several nonprofits offering sliding scale to no-fee services for marginalized populations. Even our own program has received a 10% cut. The elimination of these services makes it near impossible for our low-income neighbors to access mental health services. And when people have less access to mental health services, our communities suffer. Family Elder Care is the only nonprofit providing high-quality mental health services to older adults and adults with disabilities in a home-based setting. And 94% of our clients report that they would not be able to go into the community to receive mental health services by appointment due to lack of transportation or inability to pay their copays. Without mental health services, our clients may experience an increase in depression, anxiety, social isolation, and also become more reliant on other community resources. Please stop any further funding cuts for family elder care or any mental health service programs. Mental health services are a critical component to public safety. When individuals have access to timely mental health services, they are less likely to experience crises that result in emergency room visits, law enforcement involvement, homelessness, and incarceration. This means fewer demands on first responders and a safer and healthier community for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Richard Gartner, and next month I will be a well-seasoned 93. I know it isn't funny. I'm lucky enough to live in one of Family Elder Care's affordable communities for older adults. Of course, we all know the cost of living keeps going up, and it's tough to get a place that's decent to live in the city now. And there's a difference between having a place to live and having a place that is really home. Home makes you feel safe. Home means you feel peace. Home means you feel belonged. As a gay man, I can tell you that for most of my life, I didn't feel like I belonged. I'm an actor, singer, writer, and was in the second season of Esther's Follies. As we grow older, you know, there are fewer and fewer of us. It's no fun outliving people you truly love. I've outlived friends, the mother of my children, and I've outlived my son. That was the hardest. As you get older, you have different needs, and the Family Elder Care is great at providing for those needs. Affordable housing, help with enrolling in benefits, counseling, finding social groups, help with paying bills and budgeting. I really don't know where I'd be without Family Elder Care. And I'm here to ask you, please keep programs for older adults. Please don't think about us. And while I have a minute, when I say there's fewer and fewer of us, let me tell you, there's a whole lot more of us that are living a whole lot longer than everybody with.
Thank you, sir. And if we don't see you between now and next month, happy 93rd.
Judy Gradford, Jeffrey Bowen, Roxana Herndon, Ben Sotheby, Misael Ramos, Sarah West.
Good morning, councilors and Mayor Watson. My name is Judy Gradford, and I reside in District 2, and I'm here to speak in support of the community investment budget and against the proposed budget. I struggled a lot with trying to make the best of these 2 minutes. These hearings feel so performative. So many come to you with facts, figures, passion, and persuasive arguments that seem to fall on deaf ears. We all know that budgets reflect moral choices of those who enact them. A budget is a community's ethics in action. This budget was proposed by a man who shows little regard for the cares and concerns of so many Austin residents. He prioritizes funding the police above all other needs in this community. His choices spell suffering, death, and disaster for so many of my friends and neighbors. You, the members of this city council, get to choose where our deeply constrained dollars go. You decide if we give the police double the funding they require, or if we close domestic violence shelters, defund neighborhood peacekeepers, flatline housing trust fund, and cut social services across the board. You decide if we increase sweeps of encampments while cutting services to the unhoused. You have a choice. My ask of you is that you find the courage to stand up to this unelected public servant and make decisions that actually serve the people. We have come to plead for the lives of the most vulnerable people in our city and are counting on you to be the compassionate leaders that we need at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sotheby, why don't we start with you and we'll work down the row.
Good morning. My name is Ben Sotheby. I'm a resident of District 4. Might I say, and Vanessa, it's very good to see you. Felicidades. Weighty decisions being made today. I'm here as a proud AFSCME 1624 member. I want to remind y'all, seems like a long time ago, back before the break, a letter you received dated May 19th outlining our budget priorities as AFSCME. And I wanted to highlight some of the bullet points that were in that letter. A 3% increase for all employees. The second bullet point is the one that I really want to stress. And I have to add that I was saddened to not see it included in City Manager Broadnax's memo last Friday as an item of consensus, because this one really makes sense to me given the economic conditions that we're seeing. A progressive COLA structure to better support the lowest paid workers. Employees earning less than the MIT living wage for Austin, which is $23.71 per hour, should receive a flat rate increase. That's where they need the most help. I understand that budgets are tight, so the question is, okay, how do we fund this? That same letter provides ideas for where to find savings to fund this. No creation of new executive level positions. No COLAs for executive level positions. Those high paid, high executives should be, down prioritized while your lowest paid workers are raised up. On that MIT living wage calculator, if you look at adding just one child to a single employee, their living wage then jumps to over $39 per hour. These are the conditions that your workers are facing. Please prioritize them. Civil service should be a dignified life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sotheby. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Sarah West, and I'm a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. I live in District 10. Moms Demand Action is a national nonprofit organization with chapters in every state. I know that you have heard of us because 70% of you on the City Council and Mayor Watson are our Gun Sense candidates. I lead this program in Texas, and I personally know that you agree with us as we support evidence-based strategies to reduce gun violence. CVI is one of those proven strategies. Cities across this country have invested in CVI because it saves lives and reduces violence. CVI has helped reduce homicides in 49% across the country. Here in Austin, Moms Demand Action is proud to be part of a coalition of advocacy organizations supporting an increase in the community investment budget to approximately $4.3 million. We have already seen progress. In Austin, gun homicides decreased from 90 in 2021 to 55 in 2025. While 55 is still far too many, this reduction shows investing in prevention works. We also know a single homicide can cost our community up to $2 million. Increasing our investment in CVI is not only the right thing to do, it is also a smart investment with a strong return. I urge you to protect and increase this investment in community violence intervention. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Bowen, we're not asking anybody to state their age. He did that voluntarily, so you don't need to do that.
You're 60 what now, sir? Okay.
It's not posted. I don't get to talk about that.
No problem. I get it, sir. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor, council members, Jeffrey Bowen, District 8. This morning, for many of you that know, I attend all the town hall meetings, the budget town halls. Those that I haven't been to yet, I'll see you later. But I wanted to make sure that one of the things that keeps coming up is it's not going to listen to the budget from Ms. Lang, which Mr. Broadnax, I think she does a really good job with presenting that. But I go to listen to the questions from the audience and understand what is actually going on. What are the questions that are being asked? And one thing continues to stick out in my mind is the lack of clarity in some of the items. And it may not be, it's not coming from Ms. Lang or coming from that, but it's sometimes the clarity as to how things are presented, such as the overtime. And I even asked the question last night of Councilmember Fuentes over making sure what was the actual definition within the police budget that was overtime versus the number of unpaid positions. And she actually said that we are having to deal with their actual contract. And yet we continue to hear from the public, well, there's this much going and this much going. So I request and I urge you to make sure that we're very clear when we talk about these budget items in the public. Not everybody are budget analysts or whatever the case is, but we need to make sure that we're being very clear and very succinct in all of the different programs as to why. The 26-page document that talks about all of the different social services and those things. There could be some more clarity also in that, in making sure that people understand. Again, and there was also the fact that the lack of ATP, once again, is not, we're being able to see it. Thank you, sir.
Before we begin, I've been notified that the ATX feed has gone out, and it wasn't, I don't think it was because of you, but it's gone out, and they need to reboot it. So what we're going to do is we're going to recess until 11:15. Let's say 11:20 to give them plenty of time to do this, because I don't know what it is that's going to take to do this. And Mr. Bowen, if you want to come back and testify again while you're live, I'll let you do that. But otherwise, unless there's objection, the City Council is in recess until 11:20 because of the ATX feed going down. It is 11:04. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Bowen. All right, it's 11:20, and I will call back to order the Austin City Council after a brief recess so we can make sure that our public feed was working. With that, Mr. Bowen, as much as it pains me, you get a second bite at the apple.
Well, you know, sir, when you break the
and you know I'm teasing you.
No,
right?
no,
please,
I get it.
Please, I think you ought to have the opportunity to speak where the feed is working, and I apologize that the feed went out, but it's now up, and they've bugged it and debugged it, and it seems to be working. So,
well, I noticed you hit the little button underneath your chair.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
So we'll start all over again. So let's see if we can do this the same way. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor, council members, Jeffrey Bowen, District 8. As many of you know, or some of you will know, that I attend all the in-person budget town hall meetings. In fact, I attended one last night at District 2, and one of the issues that keeps coming over in my mind is about clarity and the lack of it in some cases, or maybe it's just the way things come across. Last night at Councilmember Fuentes' one of the questions was asked of Ms. Lang about the police overtime and trying to clarify that whole process. And I want to commend Councilmember Fuentes on being able to make sure that that was very clear to everybody. One of the issues, like I said, is clarity. And at each one of these different town halls that I go there to listen to the questions. Ms. Lang does a really good job in presenting her stuff, but I'll go just to listen to the audience questions. And that's where there seems to be a lot of miscommunications or adding to the clarity and making sure that people really understand what is being covered and how these issues are. When you look at this, and it comes across with all the different items, even with the 26 pages of the recommendations. Could there be some more clarity in this document? Yes, there could, so that people are not taking things out of context or how they may be. Everybody reads things differently. So I encourage all of you that are still having your town halls, and even in this setting here, of trying to make sure that things are very clear for people, because there's many of us that are not financial wizards or whatever, and that needs to be taken into account. Hopefully I covered all my bases again, Mr. Mayor. Take two. I don't know if it's any better than the first take. I hate it when that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Appreciate your sense of humor, too. Why don't we start here on the end, and then we'll get both of y'all. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Yana Flores. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and About Texas, and I'm here to challenge City Council and staff to reimagine public safety. All Austin residents deserve access to comprehensive and life-saving healthcare, support for survivors of domestic and sexual violence, access to safe housing, resources to feed ourselves, and so much more than we have inherited. This is why we are calling on the city to reject the proposed $8 million reduction to social service contracts and maintain funding for essential services. Austinites cannot thrive if the local government does not invest in us. We fully endorse the proposed community investment budget, which outlines a strategic use of our dollars and was creating working directly with Austinites. I want to speak particularly to a request for an additional $600,000 investment in maternal health resources, as mentioned in the SIB. This would allow organizations like Mama Sana Vibrant Woman to continue to provide vital maternal health services to pregnant and parenting people. This is also public safety. Mama Sana has a proven track record of improving health outcomes for their clients. 93% of their participants gave birth to babies with healthy birth weights. In 2025 alone, Mama Sana served 218 households and supported 477 children. Our only goal here should be to expand this reach. A greater investment in social services is critical to keeping our community safe and healthy. What does not keep our community safe and healthy, however, is increasing the police budget while defunding social services. As we discuss the budget today, none of us should forget that APD murdered Antonio Williams II, a 17-year-old child, on a playground just under a week ago. It is clear that APD's problem is not a lack of financial resources, but a lack of care for our community's safety and dignity. Again, I ask that you reject the defunding of social service contracts and maintain funding for programs that provide essential services to Austin residents. This is what public safety looks like, and I know that our city is going to fall apart if we continue down this path of pulling money away from community members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Sundiata Allen Connor, and I'm the Growth Marketing Manager at the Universal Tech Movement, where I help connect people from underrepresented communities to careers in technology. These are careers that provide living wages, long-term stability, and a real opportunity to thrive. What I have learned through this work is that getting someone a job is only one part of the equation. People cannot build a career if they are struggling to keep a roof over their heads, access mental health care, feed their families, or recover from trauma. Workforce development succeeds because these community supports exist. That is why today's budget discussion matters. The proposed reductions affect programs that provide housing stability, behavioral health services, violence prevention, food access, and family support. These services help people remain stable enough to pursue education, secure employment, and build better futures. Public safety is about more than emergency response. It is about creating the conditions that prevent crises before they happen. When we invest in people before they reach a breaking point, we create safer neighborhoods, stronger families, and a healthier workforce. I urge you to protect these community investments. They are not separate from workforce development or public safety. They are the foundation of both. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey, how's it going? My name is Misael Ramos, District 1 representative and citizen, and I'm going to keep my comments pretty short. I just want to say, I am against the current proposed budget and want to uplift the community investment budget. Within the community investment budget, we have several line items that actually reinvest into our communities for mental health, workforce development, and also food access and training to ensure that folks are able to live a better life in our district, a district that's been historically disinvested in. It is time to finally put some money into our people to ensure that folks who make this city run and who build this city are continuing to be able to have access to it, live, survive, and thrive here. And so I am calling upon y'all to approve the community investment budget and really want to, push that this is going to help our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all of you.
Roger Garza, Zenobia Joseph, Greg Jackson, David Gerard. David, are you here?
He is.
Is Timothy Olson here? Okay. And Adam Finkenbinder? Okay, then you'll have 6 minutes.
We'll start over here and work our way down the aisle.
Mr. Mayor and Austin City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Roger Garza, and I'm a resident in District 1 and the Texas State Director for Giffords, a national gun violence group founded by, National Gun Violence Prevention Group founded by former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Here today on behalf of Giffords to ask that you continue investing in evidence-informed, community-driven strategies that offer proven and sustained reductions in violence. Examples of successful community violence intervention approaches, also known as CVI, include hospital-based violence intervention programs, street outreach and violence interruption, and case management and transformational mentoring. Each of these strategies operates under two main principles. One, engaging those at the highest risk of perpetrating or falling victim to violence with the goal of interrupting its transmission. And two, providing social services to those at high risk to heal unresolved trauma and change the trajectory of their lives. What we have seen in Austin through ATX Peace is that sustained investment in these areas leads to remarkable gains driving down violence. Studies done in other cities have shown that for every life saved by community-based organizations means cost savings of $250,000 per life across governmental entities. A reduction of violence means EMS and APD aren't called, ER surgeons aren't used, the medical examiner isn't needed, and the DA and the county jail can use their resources elsewhere. Our communities have done a remarkable job in the post-COVID world, making Austin an even safer city, in no small part through the work of folks like ATX Peace and African American Youth Harvest. I urge you to commit and protect these important programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for your commitment to keeping Austin safe. My name is Greg Jackson. I'm the former Deputy Director for the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention under President Biden. And also a survivor in gun violence. I live in D.C., but I represent thousands of community activists that believe in and are fighting for community violence intervention programs. And I'm testifying here today because Austin has truly become a national example of what evidence-based community-led public safety strategies can look like in complements with law enforcement. At the White House, I stood next to President Biden as we identified gun violence as a public health crisis. And it worked alongside Vice President Harris as we invested $42 billion into violence prevention strategies and community violence intervention. And these bold investments actually reduced homicides in America by 49%. And here in Austin, we have seen tremendous progress as well. I've stood alongside ATX Peace, Jail to Jobs, Life Anew, Community Justice, Moms Demand Action, Councilmember Velasquez, Amber Goodwin, and so many activists as we established the first ever Office of Violence Prevention here and invested in community violence intervention. And since then, we've seen homicides be cut here in half since the spikes in 2021. And so as we think about this budget cycle, the decision is really simple. Do we continue to invest in saving lives or pay for losing them? A single homicide in this city can cost the city up to $2 million, which is more than what the proposed investment is for community violence intervention. And so the cost of inaction is really risking another spike in violence that we know has happened in other cities across the country when they divested in community violence intervention. And if we get back to the levels of 2021, that will cost the city upwards of $100 million. And so the question isn't whether we can afford to invest in violence prevention, it's whether we can afford not to. And so I'm here to advocate and implore you to continue to lead the nation, to invest in these life-saving strategies, and to continue to be that national example that so many folks across the country look up to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is David Gerard, and I serve as President of the Austin Firefighters Association. Before I read my prepared comments on the budget, I just want to extend a heartfelt thank you to this Council for their demonstrated commitment to the care and support of Lieutenant Suzanne LaFollette as she continues to battle her occupational cancer. Mayor, thank you for your early encouragement and mentorship on this issue. Councilwoman Ellis, thank you for your ongoing outspoken advocacy. And to the Council as a whole, thank you for your conviction to ensure that we're on a path to increased equitability for our female firefighters. I also want to add that after attending a number of the town hall sessions, I have a renewed empathy for the impact of these budget exercises to the social programs that go to serve our most vulnerable. And I appreciate the thoughtfulness that this Council approaches these exercises. Transitioning, I want to thank the City Manager, Labor Relations, the Assistant City Manager Batista, Fire Chief Baker, the Budget Office, the City staff for the willingness to discuss these issues with us. AFA values a constructive working relationship with the City, and we remain committed to approaching this budget process in a professional and collaborative way. Today, I'm not asking Council to create a new commitment. I'm asking Council to ensure that the budget fully supports commitments the city has already made. The city and the Austin Firefighters Association negotiated and executed a collective bargaining agreement only months ago. That agreement preserves four-person staffing and establishes a path toward implementation of the Austin schedule. The city has repeatedly confirmed its commitment to these obligations. Our concerns is whether the proposed budget fully reflects the actual cost of meeting them. Last year, the fire department experienced a significant reduction in its overtime allocation before the current collective bargaining agreement was finalized. That reduction was tied to potential staffing changes that were not ultimately implemented. Four-person staffing continued, which means the staffing obligation remained in place, but the overtime funding that had been reduced has not been fully recaptured in a way that is clear to us. This is the core issue. Reducing the overtime allocation does not reduce the staffing obligation. If the city continues to require the same apparatus staffing, emergency response capability, and contractual commitments, then the underlying workload still exists, regardless of the amount appropriated in the overtime account. Over the past several weeks, AFA has made good faith efforts to better understand how the Budget Office developed its overtime assumptions. We have asked for the data necessary to evaluate the methodology, including information related to staffing levels, vacancy, Kelly time, leave usage, projected overtime, anticipated savings, and operational staffing requirements. Despite those efforts, we have not yet been provided the data necessary to work through the methodology in a way that gives us, Council, or the public a clear understanding of how the final figures were developed. To be clear, our concern is not simply about disagreement over a number. Our concern is the lack of a transparent reconciliation between the Budget Office proposal and the independent projections developed separately by the AFA and AFD. Those projections were developed independently of one another, yet both appear to identify a greater overtime need than what is reflected in the Budget Office proposal. If the Budget Office assumptions are sound, they should be explainable, defensible, and capable of being reconciled with the operational data used by the department and the association. This matters because overtime is often discussed as though it is the problem. We believe that framing is incomplete. Overtime is not the problem. Overtime is the result of maintaining required staffing levels when the number of available personnel does not fully match the number of positions that must be filled. When firefighters take leave, are injured, deployed, retire, those positions must still be filled. If the permanent staffing model does not absorb those absences, the department must use overtime to maintain service levels. That is not a lack of fiscal discipline. It is the predictable cost of meeting the staffing standards the city has chosen and agreed to maintain. As you consider the budget, I respectfully ask Council to focus on three questions. First, does the proposed budget fully fund the city's existing contractual and operational staffing obligations? Second, are the assumptions underlying the overtime projections transparent, clearly explained, and supported by operational data? And third, if the Budget Office proposal is substantially lower than the independent projections developed separately by AFA and AFD, what specific assumptions explain that difference? The Austin Firefighters Association remains committed to working collaboratively with the city leadership to answer these questions. Our objective is not confrontation. Our objective is transparency, accountability, and ensuring that firefighters have the staffing and resources necessary to continue providing the level of service that Austin residents expect and deserve. I stand ready to answer any questions now. A comprehensive report will be provided to your offices tomorrow morning, and I look forward to meeting with council members individually at your convenience. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued support of Austin firefighters and the community that we proudly serve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Nicholas McDowell, Elena Barrera, Alyssa Matthews, and Mary Elizabeth.
Please begin whenever you're ready. Sir. Well, all right, you decide.
Good morning. My name is Alyssa Matthews, and I'm a constituent in District 1. I'm here to testify against the proposed budget for the City of Austin. And I want to remind council that the things that we invest in are the city that we become. Each one of you has been elected to be responsible and ethical stewards of our tax dollars in order to make Austin a better, safer, and more secure place. Increasing APD's budget does none of that. In fact, we keep increasing their budget, and we are not seeing the improvements that we want. Unhoused individuals still are struggling in this city. People are struggling on a day-to-day basis, and that's why this room is full, and that's why there were people outside today. It is irresponsible to continue to invest in something that has been proven to be ineffective, particularly when there are so many programs that with much less money have proven their effectiveness. They've proven the impact that they can have on this community. We are already paying for people's housing and their health care after they get arrested. Why are we letting that be the only time that we invest in this community after the fact, after they're in the system? We should be investing in it up front so that it can actually have a positive impact on our community. Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you say your name for the record?
Alyssa Matthews.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you guys for taking some time. My name is Nicholas McDowell. I am the unit supervisor over at Pecan Gardens through Family Elder Care. Every day I work with older people in our community who have lost everything, and they are some of the most resilient people you'll ever meet. Not too long ago, they were homeless, dealing with health conditions that come from living on the streets, spending a lot of time in the ER. My job is to welcome them to Pecan Gardens, a family elder care community, and to make sure that they have all the tools to stay housed. I wish you could be there when they step into that apartment for the first time. Whatever burdens they are carrying gets lifted. You can see it in their eyes. They are finally off the street and they can finally rest. When we think about public safety, we often think about what happens after a crisis. Police officers, firefighters, and EMS are there when people need them most. But true public safety doesn't begin when someone calls 911. It begins when our older neighbors and have a caseworker checking on them and can afford medications, receive mental health support, and maintain housing and financial stability. I'm privileged to do that every single day with the older residents of Pecan Gardens. Every resident who remains stable is not only succeeding in life, they're also saving taxpayers' dollars, because instability breeds crises. That's why investing in nonprofits is not just compassionate, it's one of the smartest public safety investments a city can make. When nonprofit funding is cut, it doesn't make our problems go away. It just makes them more expensive down the road. You don't have to choose between saving lives or saving money. Funding social services does both. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more remote speaker, Donald Bull.
Good afternoon. Thank you all, Mayor and City Council. My name is Donald Bull, and I represent District 1. I'd like to urge you all, as you've heard from many of us today, our budget for the police has grown tremendously over my time here in Austin. And I think we've all seen those results not achieve the mark in which they were intended for. So I would like for us to really lean into what everyone is here speaking about, and that's talking about real public safety. That public safety comes from the community, and that does not disregard the officers and the those who are in uniform, because they are a part of that community. So we shouldn't look at this as an either or. What we should look at as the programs that have been funded through the city that have made real change in the lives of the community. And our program here at Universal Technique is just one of them. But there are many others who have spoken here today who have put forth those inspirational words that are talking about the way we really help our community. And sometimes that is not through policing, that is through getting involved and being in there and being a contributor to the progress of our city. What has made it so attractive for others who have come from so many other places who idolize the things that we have created that are foundational to that growth and opportunity for all. So keeping the police budget flat maintains current enforcement while preserving the investment that keeps our city resilient. Please prioritize our opportunities
very much.
over.
Ma'am, did you sign up to speak on item number 1? Was your name called?
Yes,
Okay, what's your name?
Mary Elizabeth.
Yes, okay, very good. Please begin.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Mary Elizabeth. I live in District 1, and I'm here in support of the community investment budget. I urge you not to increase funding for APD this year. Rather than give APD another $25 million, Council should keep the police budget flat by offsetting the raises with other cuts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, all speakers for item 1 have been called.
Thank you very much. Members, as you just heard, all of the speakers on item number 1 has been called, so we'll call the staff to come forward and begin your presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Carrie Lang, Director of Budget and Organizational Excellence. We will begin today with an update on the property tax revenue. We provided a memo late yesterday to talk through the updated certification numbers, and then we'll go through the remaining 2 strategic plan priority areas, which is public safety and high-performing government, and then we'll finalize today with a conversation on the consulting contracts analysis that staff has completed. We are on the 30th work session. We will have continued conversations potentially on the 4th and then on the 6th for adoption on August 12th through 14th.
Good morning, Eric Nelson, Deputy Director, Budget and Organizational Excellence. We've received the tax year 2026, fiscal year FY27 certification reports from Travis, Hayes, and Williamson appraisal districts, and we've worked with the Travis County Assessor Collector to calculate our official tax rates for the coming fiscal year. The total value came in at $223.1 billion, a little higher than we had estimated, but that still represents a 2.9% decrease versus the prior year. We have $3.3 billion in new improvement taxable value, a little better than we were projecting, and of course that's where we really get our discretionary or marginal impact to the property tax revenue. The voter approval rate increased very slightly to 0.579948. And in total, at that certified tax roll, all of these net changes result in an additional $4.7 million of property tax revenue for the general fund. I do want to note that there are downside risks to the property tax revenue that remain elevated due to protest and appeals activity. We've worked with TCAD to better understand and mitigate this issue, but there's still significant volatility tied to future actions by the Appraisal Review Board and the outcome of any court appeals that may be filed over the course of the year.
I hate to interrupt, but can you explain so that the public will understand why it is we're getting an update that changes the numbers? So since we've been operating with certain types of numbers, this is obviously going to change some of the recommendations that have been made. And we've seen the memo and we understand that, but explain to the public why it is that we had one number and then here in the middle of the budget discussions, we end up with another number.
Sure. So when we develop the budget, we rely on projections. Those are derived from the notice values that homeowners receive in the spring. But over the course of the spring, there's a protest process. We try to guess where the numbers will end up. And then in late July, now we receive these official certified reports from the appraisal districts, which we are required to use in calculating the property tax rates in line with the state mandated calculation form.
So we just finally get more accurate information.
Yeah, we get the information we were required to use, and yes, every day we move forward, it's more accurate as more protests are resolved.
Very good. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
In terms of how we would recommend using this additional revenue, we recommend adding $4.7 million to Austin Housing's general fund ongoing budget for the local housing voucher program. The proposed budget included $2.1 million for this item, and we had a longer-term plan in the planned budget in future years to bring it up to the full $7.8 million annual funding need. This would get us within $1 million of that in FY27, and in our planned budget, we would get all the way there. In FY27 itself, we still have capacity in housing CIP budget to fund the remaining $1 million. That means that we would be able to reduce appropriations in the Housing Trust Fund by that $4.7 million. We would move the emergency rental assistance dollars that are currently in the HOPE Fund to the Housing Trust Fund because that's an acceptable use of the downtown density bonus dollars in that fund. And then that would leave $2.5 million that would flow to the Housing Trust Fund ending balance and could be appropriated this year or next year for any eligible use of that downtown density bonus revenue. Finally, in the HOPE Fund itself, we would now have reduced appropriations by $2.25 million, and so that $2.25 million would be unrestricted one-time funding that would be available.
So now we'll begin going through our departments, beginning with our public safety priority area, and beginning with the emergency medical services department. EMS has a $157 million proposed budget. They have 854 positions, which include 714 sworn employees. The net reduction of the 9 positions of the civilians is primarily due to the continued work on One ATS, the transition in phase 1. The operations program within EMS includes providing medical emergency response, including specialized units, and it accounts for 47% of the EMS budget. EMS Communications provides triage and dispatching services, and the EMS has responded to over 161,000 responses and covers over 100 square miles of service territory. Looking at their programmatic highlights and performance, they are receiving additional funding in fiscal year 27 to support their overtime needs as they're going through training of the cadets, as well as $500,000 for employee benefit payout as they see retirees happening in the department. Is to make sure that the funding is level with the current trend. In the new fiscal year, EMS will launch a new process to improve data accuracy in reporting and update their recruitment strategies to improve retention of sworn employees. The program continues to work toward the goal of reaching their target for priority 1 responses. Our Austin Fire Department has 54 stations and 104 frontline fire apparatus. With the $288 million budget, the department proposes will be providing fire and first responder services, including wildfire response and search and rescue. The Emergency Prevention Program conducts community outreach about fire prevention and ensures compliance with fire code. With 1,357 sworn employees, Austin Fire responds to 110,000 incidents annually, covering 312 square miles. Looking at their performance highlights in FY27, Austin Fire will receive 32 positions to support the new Austin Scheduled Work Week that will begin October 2027. Fire also has increased overtime funding to comply with the 4-person staffing ordinance. The department will continue working to attain accreditation from the Commission on Fire Accreditation International. Austin Austin Fire's performance indicators focus on response time, customer satisfaction, and tracking the number of smoke alarms installed in the community. The city's accredited forensic laboratory is operated by the Forensic Science Department with a $18.6 million budget and 96 employees. The Forensic Integrity and Laboratory Services Program conducts crime scene investigations, collects and processes evidence, and completes forensic testing. Forensic Quality Management ensures the lab's compliance with the accreditation standards and controls evidence. The team has completed over 8,000 forensic reports and maintains a high qualified workforce with over 72 licenses and certifications. Programmatically, Forensic Science is receiving funding for positions to assist with evidence processing, case management, and administrative oversight. The department is also receiving funding for additional warehouse and freezer units. As noted in the performance highlights here, the department plans to continue to meet or exceed their performance targets in fiscal year 27. Austin's Municipal Court provides magistration services as well as restorative justice through the community court. With a 42.9% proposed budget, the court will serve nearly $42.9 million proposed budget. The court will serve nearly 26,000 people. The community court has served 75 walk-in clients daily and has cleared 165 warrants through the mobile courts events. In fiscal year 27, the municipal and community courts will see an overall reduction in funding as they are transitioning the sobering center investment to one time, and the municipal court is eliminating 5 vacant positions, redistributing compliance functions across the operations. Municipal court has an increase for substitute judges for magistration services to cover operational needs as a result of the transitioning of a portion of magistration services to Travis County. When we look at the funding that is included in municipal court as a general fund department, they also have the municipal court local consolidated court fund, which accounts for the local consolidated fees and supports costs related to courthouse security, as well as truancy prevention, technology, and juror reimbursements. Moving forward to the police budget. Austin Police Department has a $549 million budget, which is 76% personnel. In addition to the sworn positions, APD has over 516 civilian positions, the second largest civilian workforce in the general fund. The reduction in civilian staff is a result of 17 positions transitioning to Austin Technology Services, 3 to the Government Relations Office, and 1 new position to support recruiting efforts. Over the past year, APD has successfully recruited 162 cadets and completed 240 engagement activities. Looking at the programmatic highlights for the police department, the departmental KPIs includes the documented times it takes to respond to emergency or urgent cadet calls, cadet enrollment, and tracking non-urgent calls. The Homeless Outreach Street Team helps people who are living in the streets in Austin, and there's a Leaders in Knowledge and Support Links, which reaches out to high school students, which is part of the community engagement efforts for the department. Police's overall budget includes the funding from the police asset forfeiture funds, as well as there are $6.6 million in grants fund to support the efforts of the police department. The next few slides will dive a little deeper into the police department's budget, which transitions and shows the funding by program area, as well as the activities and services that are provided through those program areas. Neighborhood-based policing is the largest program area. About 47% includes patrol, the homeless outreach street team, community partnerships, and traffic enforcement. Professional standards conducts internal investigations and leads the department's recruiting and training efforts. In operational support, that includes communications, which is the largest activity in that program area, which includes the call taker and dispatch operations with 218 civilian positions. The program manages aerial patrol support, special operations, and data analytics, as well as victim services. Investigations includes violent and property crime case investigations and interagency coordination. The support services program is the departmental administrative support functions for police, and then other requirements are the transfers, and other requirements covers the allocation costs for administrative services. There's been some question about the change in the police budget compared to fiscal year 26, and this slide walks through the fiscal year 26 amended budget of $525.4 million and shows the changes by area of the increases to the budget to get to the proposed 549. Civilian staff are projected to have a 3% wage increase, which is a $2.4 million increase to the budget. The contract with the Police Association members has a contractual 5% increase, including the cost that is a part of this. 14.2 million also includes the pension contributions that are statutorily required by the city. The citywide allocations of 9.9 million includes that administrative support that I mentioned earlier, technology, rent, facilities management, fuel, and fleet. And then programmatic increases include software increases or equipment for sworn staff, as well as the new civilian position that I mentioned earlier. And then there are programmatic transfers, which decrease the budget 2.8 million, 17 positions moving to technology services, and 3 positions transferring to government relations to support the government relations new grants division. This slide also walks through the sworn personnel budget for police. There's been questions about how we acquire or get to their overall budget. We do fully budget the sworn staff of 1,819 sworn FTEs, but then we offset that with a vacancy savings of 30.5 million. By calculating the average cost per vacant officer by the number of vacancies that the department has had. Then we manage the budget through an overtime budget of 28.5 million, which offsets those vacancies when we need to fill those positions for 24/7 operations. Moving forward to high performing government, I'll talk through our internal and support services functions. Our Human Resources Department is leading the city's human resources functions, providing direction and oversight to departments on everything from executive recruitment to benefits and leave management with a $34.3 million budget. The Human Resources Management Program includes employee and labor relations, risk management, community services, and the wellness program. HR leads efforts to train over 18,000 employees on Austin Essentials trainings and facilitates over 2,000 new hires, transfers, and promotions for the city. AHR works with departments to manage the hiring process, as I mentioned, and aims to finalize processes within 67 days. In fiscal year 27, AHR will provide human resources support to ACME, that's Arts, Culture, Music, and Entertainment Department, as well as the Forensic Science Departments with 2 new positions. Those positions will reside in AHR but support those 2 partner departments. And the department will also lead implementation of the citywide market study. Our Financial Services Department oversees accounting and reporting, procurement, real estate, and redevelopment for the city, providing financial management and administration for departments, customers, and vendors. Financial services led the city's efforts to receive AAA credit rating from all three rating agencies and continues to receive awards for procurement and our accounting work, as well as leading the efforts to ensure a clean audit opinion from our external auditors. Looking at programmatic changes for financial services, the department is implementing a new procurement management system to modernize our processes in procurement. They're also completing a build-out of the real estate management system, which includes modules for leasing, acquisitions, and appraisals. Our financial services department also manages a number of funds, including their funding from the support services funds. They are responsible for our tax increment financing funds for Waller Creek, Mueller, and then the Downtown Public Improvement District, as well as the Waller Creek Reserve Fund. The Management Services Department for the city is a collection of 8 offices that provide direction and oversight to the city. These departments include the City Manager's Office, Communications and Engagement, Emergency Management, Police Oversight, Equity and Inclusion, Office Climate Action and Resilience, and Government Relations. The services range from communications to facilitating priority bills at the state and federal levels, as well as reviewing body cam and budget and strategic planning. Looking at some of the programmatic highlights for management services, in 2027, Austin Emergency Management will receive $250,000 to support cost recovery efforts as we respond or look for reimbursement based on extreme weather or reimbursable events. In government relations, there are 3 positions that they're receiving, as I mentioned earlier, from the Austin Police Department to support their new grants division. And then you'll see a reduction in the city manager's office budget as there is a reduction of city-sponsored events, as well as several line item reductions across communications and engagement. The Management Services Department is primarily funded through the Support Services Fund. Within our Climate and Resilience Office, we also have the Urban Forestry Fund, which supports the programs of planting trees, off-site trees, and maintenance across the community. Moving forward to our clerk's office, $7.5 million and is the proposed budget with 29 full-time positions. The office leads the city's records and information management functions and elections and weekly council meetings. They've registered over 7,000 individual speakers to speak, as well as posted over 15,000 documents. Their programmatic highlights include the percent of board and commission members that are completing required training, and they're anticipating 95% in fiscal year 26, and then their goal is 80% for fiscal year 27. There is a $1.8 million of funding for elections in the city clerk's budget. Our city auditor has $7.3 million proposed budget in fiscal year 27. $4.9 million, they have 29 positions. $4.9 million covers those positions. The city auditor is charged with establishing accountability and a continuous improvement in city government, championing transparency and ethical practices. They have completed 11 audit products and cases in fiscal year 25. The city auditor's office has worked to verify 90% of recommendations are implemented by departments. In fiscal year 27, the office is receiving funding to support the efficiency audits to analyze city operations and contracting practices. Our Capital Delivery Services Department manages and oversees the implementation of various capital improvement projects for the city. Their costs are allocated across several departments and charged to capital projects. They have 297.5 positions, which provide project management, plan reviews, and inspections. In fiscal year 27, we'll see a reduction to the capital delivery services budget as we really align their budget with historical spending and reduce previously planned cost drivers, which include some of their vehicle acquisitions for fiscal year 27. Next, I'll go through some of the analysis that staff has completed thus far. We have received direction through the resolution from council to look at our consultant spend. This analysis began as a response to the city auditor's March 26th report on our consulting spend. I sent a memo out this morning to detail some of the analysis and review that staff has completed to date. The fiscal year 25 report reported $102 million of spending across different departments, general fund at 10.6, support services at 29.8, internal services 24 million, and then in enterprise departments at 38.2. As I mentioned in the memo, we have dived into, staff has done a deeper analysis into our internal services, support, and general funds. Because of the impact directly on the general fund, we're continuing to do work analyzing our enterprise department contract spend, and we'll come back to the council in the coming weeks to walk through those findings. When we look closely at the information that we've reviewed, it's important to note that the auditor's report and response looked at departmental spend holistically, but even though there are departments that are general fund departments, they also have alternative or other funding sources, which may be special revenue sources or capital improvement program funding, or funding like grants or donations and things like that. And so when we dive into the actual expenditures by funding source for the general fund departments, $1.3 million was from the actual general fund. 6.8 or almost $6.9 million is from the special revenue funds, which includes the Housing Trust Fund, Project Connect, Housing Finance Corporation, or Police Asset Forfeiture Funds. And then there is CIP funding, and as I mentioned before, grants and donations, as well as ARPA funding. When we look at the types of contracts that are included in the general fund portion of that spend, that $1.3 million, what is considered more traditional or management contracts was about $800,000. There was some social service contracting that was included in the original report of $159,000. Training and education is some of the expenditures, and then smaller costs on advertising, IT consultants, and other. Similarly, we looked into our support services departments, their consulting spend by funding source. And so when you look at the actual funding sources for our support services department, it is $29.8 million total spend for fiscal year 25. The support services fund portion of that is $2.9 million. The special revenue funds, which includes the PIDs, public improvement districts, cultural arts, historic preservation, live music, and iconic venue funds, as well as the economic incentive revenue reserves funds, that's $10.1 million. CIP coverage is $11 million. And then the other 5.4 is a mixture of, again, grants, ARPA, budget stabilization reserve funds, and internal services. That spend that you see through the support services fund in particular, $1.5 million is traditional consulting. There is some social service consulting spend there, as well as training, IT consulting, and other. And we have details in the report of what the other consists of in the report that was given to you all today. Then finally, we have our internal services departments. The internal services departments include capital delivery service, our technology services, as well as economic development. You'll see that the internal services is $11.8 million. That is the largest spend in this category across those departments. The special revenue includes our public improvement districts and the other special revenue funds that I mentioned earlier, as well as our grants, ARPA and BSRF. And let me go back and say on the CIP, that was what was historically known as our capital contracting department, and that is the department that has managed our capital spend for the city, and that's why that $10.5 million is seen there. Internal services, their spend by category, $5.5 million is traditional, and that is including staff augmentation. Consulting services, social services consulting is $1.3 million, and then temporary staffing is $4.5 million, and then you see the training and other that is listed. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Members?
We really appreciate it. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge a loss in our community. I think it's important we say it out loud. As the council member representing District 1, where this event occurred, I'd like to speak directly to the Williams family and say I'm sorry for your loss. To you and your loved ones, our deepest condolences. I'd also like to acknowledge that the many neighbors and classmates and others who have been impacted are going through a difficult time as well. As a mother, I can't imagine the grief that this family's going through. I don't want to. The loss that they've experienced is great. Also, as a mother, I know that no words, no public statements, and no news coverage can alleviate the pain that they're going through. The community, and most importantly, this family, deserves a complete and thorough investigation. I'm committed, and I know the chief is as well, to ensuring that that process moves forward. This incident, and I think we all know what I'm referring to. Let's be clear, all incidences of violence in our community are a stark reminder of why today's discussion, specifically as our budget is being considered and public safety is being discussed. This incident, let's be clear, all incidences of violence in our community are a stark reminder of why this matters. Today's budget discussion reinforces a very important theme, maybe a cliche, that is that public trust and public safety go hand in hand. Without public trust, our public institutions, like our police department and our city council, cannot meaningfully represent our residents. Without public trust, how can we ensure safety? How can we secure our future? Our residents should be able to trust that their local government will offer protection. This trust can only be restored and can only be strengthened through professionalism, through transparency, and through accountability. We cannot not acknowledge that respectful engagement is critical, paramount. Today's budget conversation is about how we invest in public safety. But public safety, like many of our speakers have already stated, goes beyond policing. Public safety also includes emergency medical services and behavioral health supports. And you guys have heard the speakers today. Those are recurring themes. We know that reactionary responses do not keep people safe. They don't keep our community safe. And it's for that reason that we should also reaffirm our commitment to the safety of our communities by way of violence prevention, violence intervention initiatives, and leverage our community-based partnerships. We've heard from them today and their commitments to continuing the work that they do in our communities. My hope also is that the comments and insights today provided by leaders of our city's various public safety departments will answer one key question. Does the budget proposal give every part of our public safety system the tools required to keep our communities safe? In addition to funding programs and initiatives that we know offer our residents the support and protection that they deserve, Are we conducting robust community outreach, community engagement, and strategies that residents are aware of so that services being offered are being utilized? Are we using funding to eliminate barriers that may prevent residents from obtaining the care and support that they seek for themselves and for their families? And crucially, are we training our public safety professionals to think, act, and to engage in ways that best serve our communities? Beyond initial training programs, I implore our public safety professionals and leadership to build a culture where these principles are not only taught in academies, but are continually reinforced through supervision, through professionalism, through professional development, and everyday leadership for the entirety of each emergency response. In closing, I'd like to encourage my colleagues both on and off the dais to proceed very thoughtfully and with care when addressing matters as significant as consequential public safety items. I understand that public service and politics requires us to get out in front of important things, important events, important issues. I also understand that there's some degree of virtue signaling and grandstanding that occurs. I don't love it, but I also recognize that there's some degree of political theater. I don't know that those are productive substitutes for thoughtful leadership or for meaningful action. In fact, that kind of behavior rather, can and does have very real consequences for people in our community, some of us included. These conversations deserve our humility, our discipline, our commitment to solutions rather than sound bites. The most important impact lies in our actions, beyond the dais and our words, beyond social media, working in partnership with one another, our public safety professionals, our community organizations, and the residents that we're elected to serve. I look forward to continuing the discussion about the budget generally, but as it pertains to this one about public safety, I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you again for your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fuentes, Councilmember Lane, then Councilmember Velasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Harper Madison, for your comments, and I really appreciate your remarks, and my heart goes out to the family of Antonia Williams. Colleagues, I wanted to first start out with a little bit of good news that we received today in terms of knowing that we have $4.7 million in new revenue for our general fund. That is huge for us. I know that the number one feedback I had at the town hall we hosted in District 2 last night was around the concerns of the cuts to our social safety net. So me hearing about $4.7 million in new revenue for our general fund, immediately my thought goes to we should be putting those dollars towards restoring the cuts to our social safety net. And part of the question I want to ask staff, because they've identified recommendations on where to allocate that $4.7 million, is just, am I understanding this correctly, that of that 4.7, the 2.5 that will be remaining in the housing trust fund, will those be dollars with an expenditure associated with it, or will it be in the fund just as a remaining fund balance? In other words, what will that 2.5 million in the housing trust fund, let me back up. Were we zeroing out our housing trust fund with this budget proposal, and with this recommendation, is it to put 2.5 million that will then be in our housing trust fund?
So the 2.5 million would be savings that would flow to ending balance unless it was programmed with appropriation or funding needs that fall within the requirements of the downtown density bonus. So it has some restrictions on it, but there's 2.25 million with this recommendation that will be available for programming or funding in 27.
So essentially just to replenish the fund.
Say that again.
Was it zeroing out that portion of the housing trust fund?
No, it's not zeroed out.
And then for the Hope Fund, similar question with the 2.25 million in unrestricted one-time funding capacity. Can you share a little bit more about having those dollars in the Hope Fund?
So those dollars are in the Hope Fund. There was a council resolution a few years ago in creating the Hope Fund that flows funding from the TPID revenue into the Hope Fund, and those are general dollars. Those are unrestricted funds that have been set aside through the Hope Fund for primarily homelessness and housing efforts. And so with that $2.5 million that we are recommending for emergency rental assistance moving into the Housing Trust Fund, that frees up that $2.3 or so million in the Hope Fund, which are general operating dollars that are available.
Gotcha. Colleagues, what I'm trying to untether here is just understanding, with these new dollars, would it be best served to have it go towards these programs that are identified, or should we then have the funds go towards the social service cuts? And if there is support on the dais in having it go back into programs that go towards our seniors, our youth. I heard a lot about food access cuts. We'll be asking questions about, are we able to fund the food plan that we adopted alongside Travis County? There have been significant cuts to the existing programs that we have so far. And knowing that there have been federal cuts to SNAP, we now have families who are on food stamps that have had an impact, and here we are cutting additional food access programs that go towards families most in need, as well as cuts to violence prevention. So I welcome any feedback from the dais if there is a will to have the $4.7 million in new revenue that was identified to go towards our social safety net. My next questions are for Chief Davis regarding the police department's budget. And this is, I was able to have a conversation with her a little bit yesterday on this item. Wanted to dig through a service prioritization that was recommended from the department but not included in the budget. So these are areas in which the department says if we had to cut, this would be what we would recommend. The one in particular is to reduce the costs related to the 311 call center allocation by restructuring to an internal Austin Police Telephone Crime Reporting Unit. So when I saw this, I immediately thought about how we've received constituent complaints from residents who call 311. They've had their car broken into. They call 311. They're told, they take the complaint, but it takes a while to hear back from the department on a response. And so, as I take it, the department has a budget amount, at least $2 million, that they transfer to 311 to be able to process those non-emergency calls. So, Chief Davis, can you provide some context around that recommendation or this service, and why you believe that perhaps instead of paying $2 million to 311, creating an internal unit would help with response times?
Well, I think it's $5 million is what we give for yearly to 311. But I think, too, there's absolutely a way that we can get more efficient with that. The way the calls currently come in, to your point, someone calls to report something. A report is not taken. It is just put into a bucket somewhere. And then our officers or our staff call them back to say, you called 311, you wanted to report this. And sometimes, unfortunately, that's several days later. And that certainly does not... that is not delivering good customer service to someone who is needing assistance, and whether that's just for reporting purposes for insurance or whatever they need. One of the recommendations from Barry Dunn that you all are very aware of is that we do create a telephone crime reporting unit. I think to do that, and this has not been vetted anywhere further than just some conversations. We believe we could save, I believe it was $2 million, Michelle, that we could save doing that, creating our own telephone crime reporting unit. But again, it's not been vetted, but I do feel if any way that we can give and deliver better customer service, it deserves to have a look at it.
Very good. And it has an associated elimination of 22 FTEs. I was wondering if you could talk through that.
I think that would be through the 311. We would be hiring 22 people if we were to take this road. That's what's been at least vetted on our end, is hiring 22 people to come and take those reports that would be our employees instead of 311 employees.
So is that why, because you said it was $5 million for the overall amount that APD pays to 311 for that service, but it only results in a savings of $2 million to the department because the rest is because you'll be hiring additional?
Is that right?
Is that?
Yes, correct.
Is there anything else that we should know as far as being able to, because to me, when I see this, it sounds like this would be a better way for us to ensure that residents, if they have a non-emergency situation, if they get a quicker response from the department.
Right, and I think as we're looking at those response things and we're changing those, we're responding more on calls that previously you were able to call in, and we're talking prior to after COVID, those changes that were made, and really looking at those, it's more important that we're responding to the scene. But when it comes to the 311, we also have to remember that we would need a mechanism for people to still call that number. And so you're talking about, now this idea of, do people still call 311 and now they need police and now it's getting sent over to police? How are we setting that up, a new phone number for people to reach? And so I don't think there needs to be a very thoughtful process around what this could look like. But I do think we could be successful in it, but there has to be there's nothing currently that would take the place of 311 to make those reports.
And so it would be, amplifying the iReport system and getting the word out.
And that is exactly what we need to do. We need to amplify that iReport, and we're looking at ways we can do that on our end through communications, through different marketing strategies. Certainly want to enhance the iReport, but as far as 311, them calling that, we'd have to create a new number for people to call to get to the telephone crime reporting unit.
Okay, and just want to be super clear, the $2 million that was identified in savings, can you just talk me through one more time how the results of that, because I just want to make sure I really understand the impact of 311.
Yep, I'm going to go ahead and let Michelle handle this.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Schmidt. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for the Police Department. I think the savings is the reduction from the $5.4 million that we currently transfer to 311 for the services. So bringing this in-house through our current emergency communications center, the hiring of the 22 employees to assist with that, that's the savings that we believe we would realize in the efficiencies. Again, there's some technology component to it that would need to be vetted through ATS and through our partners at 311, but that's the estimated savings if we could get through that process.
And then the proposed elimination of FTEs?
We estimate.
I think I'll jump in. I think that is a mistake on the report because it's adding FTEs, not reducing FTEs on that particular request. So they would need 22 positions. And as we transition that from the detailed information into the report, that was placed in the wrong place.
Very good.
Councilmember, before we go to Councilmember Lane, Deputy City Manager Fortune would like to say something about the question.
So, Councilmember, I thank you for the question. And I just wanted to highlight that even though there would be in this proposal 22 additional positions that the police department would request, it doesn't necessarily correlate to 22 reduction in the 311 center. Right. And so those costs then are still allocated across the organization. And so while it may save the police department some resources, there may be additional costs that go up in some other departments because of that unequal offset, because there's not 22 positions just sitting there just for police. They answer all calls in the 311 center. So I just wanted to highlight that. I think if there's interest in that, we would have to certainly do a little more vetting of what the true ins and outs of that would be for the entire general fund.
Thank you. And I would just, colleagues, I'm interested in bringing this forward as an amendment. I'm really interested in the Chief's recommendation of creating this internal unit. I think it's a great way for us to have a better response for our residents, especially knowing, how easy it is to get frustrated if you call one platform and you're expecting a response, but it's more efficient if we're directing residents to log their report on iReport or to have a more direct intake into our police department. So I look forward to your consideration of that amendment. Again, this is on the service prioritization budget list on page 9 or page 12. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fuentes. Councilmember Lane, Councilmember Velasquez, and then Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciated that line of questions as it also relates to some of what I'll be bringing up. So my initial questions will relate to emergency communications, including 911 response, emergency and non-emergency dispatch, and other related matters. While the appropriate staff are approaching, I'll just open by thanking our first responders as well as all of the civilian public safety employees who make their jobs possible. Our police officers, firefighters, EMTs, and 911 operators work incredibly hard under extreme conditions to keep Austin safe. Before we get into the details on this topic, I want to extend my gratitude to each and every one of you for your service to the city. So my first question, thank you so much. Last year, Council directed city staff to deliver a strategic plan and operational outline of an independent 911 department, which would allow all the first responder agencies to work in concert with independent technological and managerial experts to handle emergency calls. I see Director Stoner has approached. In your experience at CTEC, what administrative or technological difficulties have you experienced when attempting to coordinate between agencies?
Thank you, Councilmember Lane. James Stoner, I'm the Deputy CIO for Public Safety. In general, it's the coordination between the different departments and how the floor operates. We have one technology system that has to meet all of their needs. And so changes, updates, those kinds of things really become impactful because of the different functions between the organization.
Are there any additional difficulties that you've observed as it relates to District 6?
District 6 being where it is, there's jurisdictional issues, as you're aware of, between Williamson County, the city, and Travis County in general. And those boundaries tend to cause some issues with the technology. Your cell phone is usually where calls come in. I can be standing here and GPS puts me across the street, and that reroutes those calls.
So in a significant part of my district, there are additional challenges that might not be typical right in Central Austin, it sounds like?
It is, yes.
Okay. Can you describe for me the current state of our emergency communications relationship with Williamson County 911?
So they are an entirely different jurisdiction, ma'am. So our engagement right now is primarily through CAPCOG and the PSEP and how calls are transferred between us and them. The other piece that we're currently working on right now is a CAD-to-CAD integration, so that when calls come in from up to Williamson or to Travis County, CTEC, that information will be shared across that. We're in the process of finishing that now.
And how would those issues impact the reliability of 911 response time data?
It impacts the initial call taking component of it. So the very beginning of the call, when a resident or visitor makes that phone call, it could go from one side to the other, and there'd be a transfer of calls between there. In either case, when we get to the CAD-to-CAD integration, the call will be logged and transferred immediately. So the data will almost arrive before the phone call.
Are you aware of incidents in which people have called 911, begun to have their information taken, then been told, oops, we're getting the information for the wrong place, let's start this process again? Or examples of calling 911 and then having them be unable to trace and address those sorts of issues?
I am aware that those things have been mentioned. I have no direct knowledge of them. So I think there's some discussions that have to be had first.
Okay, and I'll say that some of those issues I have experienced firsthand when calling 911. And my understanding is that they do relate to data integration and the way that calls get transferred around, and they certainly do impact response time. I'll also note that Williamson County, 60% of my district, so it's not an insignificant amount of the city. What is the current state of our emergency communications relationship with Round Rock ISD?
I'm not familiar with that engagement at this time, ma'am.
And anyone else familiar with that? Okay, so Round Rock ISD is almost 95% of my district. I know we are all very concerned for the safety of students and the way in which our 911 response and emergency responders connect with our schools. And so an example of a need for additional coordination. How about our emergency communications relationship with the Wilco Sheriff's Office?
From a 911 perspective, we share the same CapCog 911 PSAP, and that we're all part of that, the Capital Area Emergency Communications District. And so the 911 calls are transferred through that mechanism. As any direct relationships, those would be mostly with the departments, so the different police, fire, EMS.
Okay, and I raised the Wilco Sheriff because in addition to my district itself, which is 60% Williamson County, there are significant amounts of ETJ that my district encircles that are in Williamson County, and therefore these issues between the sheriff and the police and 911 dispatch, they arise within my district at an even greater level than 60% would convey or 95% would convey. Are you aware of any budgetary allocations, equipment, interlocal agreements that would directly improve our partnership with any of these entities?
Not from a budget perspective, but as we discussed earlier, the CAD to CAD integration and working through the emergency communication districts, those are our primary connections. CAD to CAD is going to be the next big piece, and that is the integration of the CTEC CAD systems with Wilco, Round Rock. I don't have the other ones in my head, but there's many jurisdictions that will be engaging.
I definitely appreciate that work is ongoing, as well as I believe Chief Lukritz has mentioned some work in relationship to agreements, and I certainly recognize and thank you for hearing my voice on these matters in these individual instances, and I appreciate your response to what are sometimes tough questions to answer. So last night, city staff shared a memo with preliminary findings related to the creation of the Joint Emergency Communications Department. While I'm grateful for this summary, the fact that it took 11 months and a consultant to produce this information is another example of 911 failing to be prioritized due to its sub-departmental status. When I look at this list of potential improvements, quality assurance, program accreditation, workforce management software, I see a lot of excellent ideas that should have been implemented a long time ago. I'm glad to see that they're here now, but I would like to understand why haven't these apparently simple and relatively low-cost steps been taken in previous budget cycles?
Yeah. We've addressed some of those instances, ma'am. I think the bigger piece is the review, looking at pieces. So we have worked with floor technology and the CAD systems to increase efficiencies there between the departments. We're one of a very small handful of municipalities that has a common CAD system between all of its public safety departments. And it's just not city departments. We share that CAD system with Travis County, Cap Metro, and other jurisdictions. That eases the communication between the departments and helps move those calls quickly. We're also part of the Emergency Communications District, which also allows that type of integration to begin. When we start looking at the maturity of the program, I think this is the next step in maturity, and we're moving towards that.
I very much appreciate your willingness to sit in the hot seat, and it would not be right for me not to acknowledge that you are sitting there having taken on work that is bigger than your current role. and you are the one who stepped forward to answer these questions. And I very much appreciate that, as well as the steps that you have been taking in the last year. I will note that, just wrapping up, okay. I will note that the IFC that called for looking at these matters included a few other things that are definitely outside of your purview. Looking at emergency and non-emergency dispatch, alternative response. Chief Davis and I have been talking about a call reporting unit for 2 years now. The concerns that Councilmember Fuentes raised are rampant in my district, and we've had pretty significant uptake on iReport.com, but I haven't seen the shift that will make it a reliable and effective part of our response to our community when they call for help. And as we hear from our city manager about the need for a service-first, customer-oriented experience approach to technology, public safety, all core services of our city, I really think it's imperative that we take a good, strong look at the need for a joint emergency communications department and how we can move that forward in this budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Velasquez, Councilmember Duchin, Councilmember Kadri.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to say, Councilmember Fuentes, I want you to know that I share your passion for exploring how we can use that additional $4.7 million in general fund tax dollars to restore our social safety net. Because while we're talking about public safety, we have to remember that things like food access is public safety, community violence intervention is public safety, mental health services are public safety, and if we're serious about a safer Austin, we have to continue investing in the services that prevent crises before they happen. And I want to make sure we keep that front of mind as we continue through this process. My questions are for APD. Chief, thank you so much for being here with us. On page 402 of the budget, there is about a $7 million increase to neighborhood-based policing. There are increases to patrol and homelessness and a decrease to community partnership. What does that look like in the community and on the streets? What does that translate to?
Can you point out where the decrease is?
It is a 402 increase. There's about a 402 increase to neighborhood-based policing and increases to patrol and homelessness.
Michelle, do you want to?
Michelle Schmidt, Chief Administrative Officer for Police. All of the increases noted primarily are related to the meet and confer agreement, pay raise increases, stipends associated with that. So all the increases in the officer and sworn activities and programs are primarily tied back to those increases related to pay and benefits.
Okay. There on page 402, there's also a $190K cut to victim services. What is being cut within that program?
I don't have the exact detail in front of me for that one, but it is potentially just related to wage decreases related on the civilian side. If somebody retired or resigned from a position and then somebody else was hired in at a beginning salary, but to my knowledge, there have not been any decreases to any programmatic pieces of victim services.
Thank you. On page 403, can y'all explain the rationale on reducing the internal affairs by $840K and the impacts that could have on officer-involved incidents, investigations, and complaints?
Sorry, council member, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sorry. On page 403, hold on, let me get my notes back up. On page 403, the rationale behind reducing internal affairs by $840K and the impacts that could have on officer-involved incident investigations and complaints.
Michelle, you want to handle the reduction?
I may have to follow up with that one through the CBQ process to analyze that one a little bit more closely, but that more than likely is just related to pay differences in people who were assigned there in the FY26 amended budget versus the FY27 proposed budget.
But I can tell you, Councilmember, that the staffing has not been reduced in internal. If anything, it has been, since I've been there, it has been increased.
Thank you. There have been, and each office has gotten a lot of questions around a $25 million increase to the police budget. Can somebody outline what that pays for? And that number varies between 20 to 26, but if somebody can articulate what that 25 pays for.
Yeah, I would like to say, one, that these increases are all contractual. There is nothing that APD is getting from this budget that is new or exciting that we're all on pins and needles for. This is contractual obligations down to our equipment, where Galls is getting a 5% increase. All of those are contractual. So I'll go through this. It looks like, again, the civilian personnel are getting a 3% base raise. That's $2.4 million. Sworn personnel, again, through the meet and confer, is $14.2 million. Citywide allocations are $9.9 million. Programmatic increases are 0.5, and that is that existing technology, software, uniforms. And again, that's the Galls contract I was speaking on. And then those transfers, $2.8 million, and that's those 17 positions transferred to technology services and 3 positions transferred to government relations. And that is the where that $25 million is coming from.
Thank you, Chief. And for clarity for the community, also I presented a question to ACM Bautista in what would happen if this council said we are not paying that $25 million.
I don't know that. Can the council say no, they're not paying that? I mean, I think these are
No, it was
contractual.
a legal question, and ACM Bautista was going to have somebody prepared to answer it.
Yeah, Councilmember, I believe Mr. Coppola from the City Attorney's Office can provide some context for that question.
Perfect. Thank you.
Council, Chris Coppola with the City Attorney's Office. And just so I understand your question, Councilmember, are you asking about all of the contractual obligations?
Again, the questions have been around the $25 million increase, the contractual increase. What would happen if the City Council decided it was not going to pay that $25 million?
So, I can't speak to all of the different contracts. I don't know that. I mean, frankly, I wasn't really quite prepared for the entire scope of that, so I apologize. So I don't know about all the different contracts. I mean, looking up here, I see some of it is the 3% base wage for civilians, so that's not necessarily contractual in and of itself. That's a increase that the council would be giving. If you're asking about the $14.2 million, that's a contractual wage increase. That would be handled under the meet and confer agreement. There's a grievance procedure in the meet and confer agreement. And to provide any sort of detailed legal analysis to the council on those questions, I think we'd prefer to discuss that in closed session if that's the council's wish.
And thank you for the clarity.
Thank you, Councilmember Velasquez. Councilmember Duchin, Councilmember Qadri, Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got some questions to start out for the public safety chiefs, if they can come on down. And I guess I'll start with APD since we're in the hot seat. So just to piggyback on some of the conversation that we just had, the budget's increasing $24 million. In the budget document, not today's presentation, but the budget document, it shows up as about a $15.2 million increase in specifically transfers, which is about 63%. But in today's document, they have a different way of classifying it. It's about $10 million for what they call citywide allocations, which is administrative support, information technology, rent and facilities management, fleet fuel and maintenance. I'm just wondering if you or anybody can shed a bit more light or specifics on what that category means, since it's outside the contractual piece, a significant part of what the budget increase looks like.
Carrie, do you want to handle that?
So our internal services and support services departments have a allocation to all other departments for the services we provide to support the functions of the organization as a whole. Those costs are then allocated, so there's a methodology to determine what those prices are, and then they're allocated to departments based on their use or percentage of the budget. With police being the largest general fund department, using our HR functions, using IT services, the fuel and fleet for their vehicles, they are getting the allocated costs related to them doing business as the police department. So what that represents is the support services functions charging back to departments based on the support provided.
I think the important thing for your answer that I want to capture is that's done for most departments then.
That's done for every department.
That's a proportional allocation based on that criteria. So if somebody were to look in the budget and look for this classification, they would find something similar across the board.
Correct, and the way that these allocations are distributed, the departments don't have a say. It is a corporate allocation and methodology that is then reviewed and submitted to departments for inclusion in their budget. And so as a general fund department, those dollars are then included as to make sure that those services remain whole as a general fund cost, but departments don't get to opt in or out of those allocations.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'm going to turn to where we are on recruiting across our public safety departments. And I want to start with fire and ask, where do you think we are in recruiting? I looked at the data that was shared earlier this year. But I'd like to hear in your own words kind of where you think over the last 5 years or currently, if we've turned a corner. I've got some numbers that I pulled from that, but I'd like to hear your thoughts first.
It's Tom Boki, Chief of Staff, Austin Fire. And so for us, from a recruiting standpoint, we started a cadet class of 46 a couple weeks ago. We're starting a lateral class in 2 weeks on August 10th. We plan to run another class later this year, as well as another lateral class early next year. And so we think we're in a good place. We have enough folks in the pipeline to be able to fill our positions. The use of the lateral is going to be a significant money saver, and I think that shows in our budget in some of the areas that we've looked where we could cut. The lateral class is a big win for us because we can run them half the time and get them on the trucks twice as quick. And so I think we're in pretty good shape right now. Obviously, the trend is less folks applying for public safety and less folks showing up. But overall, I think for us, we're still able to fill our seats.
Okay. I want to just ask also historically, when I look back about 5-year window, I'm seeing close to like 400 hires, about 266 separations. So I'm seeing a net increase in the amount of sworns. Does that match up with your experience? Or I'm just looking at not just the immediate term, which you're talking about, but where we're trending in terms of increasing staffing or getting to the appropriate staffing.
Absolutely. So what we're adding, we added 22 positions last year. We're adding 32 in this budget, as you can see, and that helps us adjust for the upcoming schedule change that we're going to see in October of 27. And so overall, we also opened 5 stations over the last 7 years, which is a net gain of personnel too. So that's a big chunk of that as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask the same thing of Chief Davis. Where do you think we are? And I've got some numbers here also.
Yes, thank you for the question. I'm excited to report. I'm looking at attrition rates, and I'm going to go back to 2022 when we had 141 people leave, 2023 161, and those numbers kept on. In 2026, we're looking at 55 people that have left through retirements. And so between that and the fact that just a year and a half ago we had about 740 applicants that were signing up, between 650 and 750 applicants signing up to take a police test, that is now over 1,500. So those applicants are happening. Come September, we are going to be having a class of 100, and we have not had that in a very long time. Between that and doing some modified classes ourselves, we're going to see some success there. So we are on the right track when it comes to recruiting.
Thank you. The same thing, I'm going to offer up what I saw from the report earlier this year, and I appreciate your answer, and I appreciate the encouraging numbers, and I'm assuming this is all connected to, a $500,000 item that you all are adding, one of the few things you're adding this year, which is the recruiting personnel. But I'm seeing about 435 hires since 2022, but almost 600 separations in that same window. So to me, it looks like a significant net loss of almost 150 officers in that time. Does that match what you know about the net between hires and separations in that time?
You're going back 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
So we know that, 2020, 2021, 22, that's when one of the reasons we are in a deficit that we are now was within those years. And as we're starting to build back, we are just starting to see the fruition of the work that's been done these last several years on the academy. And so I think those attrition numbers of seeing 55 people leaving this year versus 160 in 2023, those gains are happening. And they're not as fast as any of us would like, but they are happening.
And the intent is that the additional personnel and support that is in the budget or been in the proposed budget is going to help further assist with this.
So the one-time ask is for a headhunting service that helps police departments identify candidates. And so one of the nice things about the applicants that we're getting a lot of college students, a lot of Texas State, a lot of UT, a lot of universities that are coming in and applying. And this headhunter will help us identify. We want Austinites. We know we want to increase certainly women within the ranks. We want to increase those numbers. And so this headhunter will help with that as well as marketing. And then that position that is there, that will help with the administrative functions of that role that we need to support that work.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Chief Lukritz.
Well, I'll be honest, and I won't paint quite the same rosy picture. We do still have some challenges in the EMS department. We have made a significant number of changes in the past couple of years in terms of streamlining our processes and working through different barriers to entry. We are on a good track. It is not a short-term process for us. So we are anticipating continued growth within the department. This week, we saw 40 individuals that started a new academy class, which is one of our largest ever. And we are on track to continue to increase the number of academy classes moving forward. And I can speak to as well in terms of hirings and separations. We do generally see that the problems that we have from a vacancy perspective is, generally speaking, from a growth of the department perspective rather than a departure perspective. That being said, we did have a slight setback this year. We have had some individuals that have left due to some new governmental EMS agencies that have appeared within the region. But that process has gone through. Fewer individuals left than we had expected, and we will stabilize that through the next couple of academies.
Okay, I appreciate that, Chief. Mayor, I'd like to come back around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cadre, Councilmember Ellis, Councilmember Siegel.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Carrie and team, for another great presentation. My first question has to do with slide 9. It identifies that police cadet recruitment as a one-time cost funded through the Budget Stabilization Reserve Fund. Has police cadet recruitment funding of this type ever been supported using asset forfeiture funds before? Has that been done in the past?
Has asset forfeiture been used to support recruitment efforts?
Yeah. Has it been used to fund police cadet recruitment funding?
No.
No, it has never been used for recruitment efforts.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then another question. So it hasn't been used in the past, correct?
It has not.
Okay, it has not. Okay.
I don't think it's legally allowed to be used for that.
Got it. And then another question on of the $9.9 million in citywide allocations that are mentioned on slide 23, how much is for rent and facilities management, and how much is for fleet fuel and maintenance?
And facilities.
I think the total for facilities management support is $10.8 million. For fleet, it looks like it's $1.6 million for fuel and maintenance.
Great. So it's 10.8 million for the first, and 1.6 million for the fleet fuel maintenance. Is that correct? Sorry, the audio is a little bit quiet coming up here.
Sorry, pardon me. I'm waiting on a total. That's the incremental cost. So the incremental cost in fleet fuel and maintenance was $1.6 million, and the incremental change in facilities management was $4.5 million, and that's to a total now of $10.8 million.
Got it. Thank you. And then additionally, is it standard practice for departments to absorb these costs through citywide allocations?
It is.
It is. Okay, great. And then I have one more question on this topic, and then it's mainly just clarification. Regarding the initial budget presentation that we had on July 16th, when referencing the $13 million for required through meet and confer and statutory required pension payments, approximately $11.7 million for meet and confer obligations, and $1.3 million for statutory required pension payments, does the $14.2 million shown on slide 23 include additional costs such as stipends and insurance?
Yes, the slide that's showing this 14.2 that you're seeing on slide 23, is that what you're asking about?
Correct.
Yes, it includes stipends, insurance, and the statutory pension.
Could you give a breakdown of everything that's in that 14.2 million?
$11.7 million wage increase, $800,000 pension, $1.5 million insurance, there's feverish typing going on.
You're fine.
Okay, those are the totals, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So wage adjustments for sworn is 11.7. Legacy liability contribution for sworn is 1.3. Insurance for sworn is 1.5. That totals the 14.5 million.
Great. So total's 14.5 million. Okay, great. And then, sorry. So it's not 14.2, then it's 14 point, you said it's 14.5.
The legacy liability includes, so with the sworn, and I'm verifying that that's accurate. With the legacy liability, there's a portion that is the city's annual contribution and a portion that is I'm wrong. It's offset by the credit for aviation. So aviation has a credit to the police department for the work that they do out there, and so that 14.5 is offset by the credit from the aviation department. That's why it's a total of 14.2.
Got it. Okay, appreciate that clarification. Stepping away a little bit from public safety, I just had some additional questions, and I think I have about 3.5 minutes. So the staff recommendation allocates $2.5 million to the Housing Trust Fund to be used for future purposes aligned with the downtown density bonus. So I have 3 questions on this. could these be used towards next year's local housing voucher contract needs? I know we have about a $7 million need annually for this.
Yes, the local housing voucher is an eligible cost for the downtown density bonus program.
Okay, great. And then I know this was asked by Councilmember Alter last week, but how much of our voucher funding is from ongoing funding sources?
Currently, without this, this recommendation, only 2.1 is included as ongoing.
So most of it is one-time funding.
Excuse me?
So most of it is one-time funding.
Most of it is currently one time.
Got it. Thank you. And then last question on this. And would capital needs such as affordable housing, such as an affordable housing developer needing gap financing, say for RHODA money was running low by 2028, will this money be able to be used for that as well?
Let me check with the housing department to verify that. I'm not sure.
Okay, great. So I just want to point out that the original use of establishing a housing trust fund was to have additional funding on hand to provide for capital funding for low-income housing, and not just to depend on bond funding. So if we want to depend on bond funding only to get help to get low-income housing built, then we can continue to zero out the HTF. But that may be creating more risk down the line, not only for capital, but also for wraparound services and vouchers. So I just want us to carefully, as a council, think about HTF uses and the need to maintain funding. And then in terms of other additional housing funds, social service cuts impact affordability as well. So housing is the most expensive cost in a household budget oftentimes. So it's important to keep housing whole while also fulfilling contracts that help connect folks to other services, whether it be food, childcare, healthcare, or stable housing opportunities. So to the extent that we can, as a dais, I think that's something that we hopefully can all support and move on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Kadri. Councilmember Ellis, Councilmember Siegel, Councilmember Alter.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of questions, mostly for fire and police. There is a line item for $22.3 million in emergency prevention. Is that broken down anywhere in the budget, or could I get that information about what all that entails? I'm imagining there's some wildfire prevention and things like that in there.
Yeah, there is wildfire prevention. A large portion of that is the fire prevention, or the fire marshal's office is the majority of that.
Okay. Okay, and that helps handle operations as well, things like capacity, safety capacity for downtown events and things
Building
like that.
inspections, special events section, in addition to all of the other maintenance inspections and things that are done in emergency prevention as well. And there is some money that's spent on prevention on the wildfire side as well.
Okay, that's good to hear. And then I think I already know the answer to this, but I just want to double clarify it. The overtime dollars that are needed for AFD are fully funded within this budget?
We're working really closely with the budget office.
Chief, you need to get closer to the mic.
Sorry about that. We're working really closely with the budget office. We met as late as last night, and we're using what are new projections, and things have changed a little bit with historic projections. So we think we're really close to where we need to be.
Okay, good. And that sets you up to be able to maintain the 4-person staffing ordinance that council
Absolutely.
has approved?
We've maintained the 4-person staffing, and we continue to maintain the 4-person staffing.
Okay, love to hear that. And then I noticed the civilian FTEs, there's 12 fewer positions in this. Can you talk me through?
That's just a transfer over to for the IT positions that are moving over to the
Gotcha.
to the one ATS. I couldn't find ATS. There it is. That's what I was looking for.
There we go. Okay, that makes sense to me. And then increasing sworn positions is up by 32. Is that a result of the new contract and the hours that y'all are scheduling the firefighters for currently?
Correct. That's to offset the additional hours we'll have when we change to the new schedule October of next year.
Okay. All right. That's great information. And now I want to ask Chief Davis, I know you were able to track down some information for me about staffing levels, and I appreciate Councilmember Duchin's questions about recruiting. So right now we have 1,479 police officers, and it seems like over the 5-year projection moving forward, when you subtract out the folks who are potentially retiring, we might get 138 more police officers over the next 5 years. Is that, am I doing my math correctly?
Well, I hope that's wrong. I hope that ends up being wrong. I think with having the classes we have and then the modified classes where we're able to bring people in and get them through the academy within 10 weeks and then off to an FTO program, my hope is that we will be able to increase those numbers dramatically with that. I do think as we move forward and we're looking at attrition has absolutely slowed. I mean, you talk about those 5 years prior, attrition has slowed greatly. And I think a lot of it is due to that contract. We can talk about the reasons why. But yes, it's not happening as fast as all of us would like, but those academy classes are getting full. I think, to have a class of 100 and then to continue that on with those goals, we'll get there. But it is not as fast, certainly, as any of us would like.
Okay, I appreciate you laying that out because I know we've gotten a couple of questions about the contract itself. And my mindset as someone that represents Southwest Austin is how to beef up some of the other divisions that y'all have had to walk back over those years. Can you talk me through the thought process of, for instance, the Motors Division or Parks Police? At what thresholds would you consider or are you considering being able to redeploy those divisions?
So this September, we'll be putting, I believe it's 68 officers on the street. And so as we start walking, those numbers are increasing. I have said this many times, motors is a priority, traffic section, to get a traffic section, a park unit designated specifically for the parks. Those are things that we all want to see. And as we move forward, and numbers, in patrol have not been this high for a very long time. So I feel confident with the numbers that we're putting in patrol. And as people are coming out, they are staying in patrol. We absolutely need those numbers. But from that is where we'll be able to take some of those numbers and create those units that we want to create.
I appreciate that. Do you have any more formal diagram or information about when we can expect some of those to come in, like as the cadet graduations happen? Is it 1, 2, 3 classes before we can get motors back, for instance, or do you just
My goal was to have at least a small motors unit, meaning about 4 to 6 officers and a sergeant before the end of the year. I still want to do that, and I know we're working very hard to see how we can create that. But how we're moving from that, we'd have to have a larger conversation on what those numbers are looking at as we're coming into the academy classes.
Okay, well, that's I'm glad to hear that because I think that is really exciting to be able to get that back. And then I wanted to ask a question about the asset forfeiture. Can you spell that out again for me, exactly what that's allowed to be used for? Is it just one-time funds and equipment, or are there any other guardrails?
Do you want to have Chris Coppola come up and kind of talk about the legalities? Chris, is it me asking? Maybe he's not even here. So,
not trying to put anyone in the hot seat. I'm just curious.
Michelle, could you answer to what? No. Yeah. So that's allocations that we get from drug seizures, money seizures, those type of things that goes through a lengthy process of once those dollars are confiscated and found through arrest, and these are our partnerships with the DEA and so forth. It is a lengthy process, and once those dollars are allocated, we cannot use those dollars. We can use them for travel, we can use them to purchase equipment, but we cannot use them to, I believe, in recruiting. There's federal sanctioned laws on what we can and can't use those dollars for.
Okay, I'd love to maybe continue that conversation offline because I had a question in my budget town hall that I did earlier this week about security cameras in parks, the ones that are hardwired, not the ones that are uploading to a cloud or anything like that, but the ones that are, firmly mounted in park spaces and can be reviewed only by city employees. That's something that I'm getting a lot of questions about as a district that has a lot of park space, and people really like that, but at the same time, we're seeing some instances where people, whether they live in Austin or they come in from other cities, they come and they commit crimes in our park spaces. And I just want to make sure that those spaces are as safe as possible for everybody, because without that, it seems to be in a position where people are coming in and taking advantage, that we don't have that parks police back
I totally
yet.
agree with you, and I look forward to those conversations. I know we're working very hard within the Trust Act that was brought by all of you here on the dais, working within that to look at cameras, but I'm a proponent of that as well, and I think within those parks, that would be a fantastic place to implement those.
I love to hear it. Okay, that's all I've got for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Ellis. Councilmember Siegel, Councilmember Alter, and then we'll start going back unless somebody that has not already asked questions wants to let me know quickly. So Councilmember Siegel, Councilmember Alter, and then we'll go to Councilmember Lane.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start with consultant contracts with the budget folks. And, colleagues, I think this is one of our opportunities to protect our social safety net and reverse the cuts to social service programs by reducing spending on general and professional consulting contracts. And a recent audit report found in the staff presentation today confirms the city spent over $100 million on consultants in fiscal year 2025, including nearly $11 million from the general fund, about $30 million from support services, and $24 million for internal services. And when we're dealing with these fiscal constraints for our city, my sense of the community is folks would like us to prioritize our city workers and our social service programs before we pay outside consultants. And so I know there's a lot of attention right now from the public on some of our social service contractors, and yesterday we did get a memo from city staff including some information about some of our contractors not meeting performance metrics. And I do want to address that at the outset here. First, I believe that 100% of us on council want people who win city contracts to live up to their promises. And if a vendor does not meet their goals, and especially if a vendor falls far short of their goals on multiple occasions, that should be addressed. But deciding whether a particular organization should get a contract for next year is a very different question than whether we should provide the underlying service. And from reviewing the 25-page memo we received yesterday, looking at the array of social service providers we have, I'm definitely convinced we should continue funding these services, whether it's parent support specialists and pre-K readiness at Austin ISD, whether it's permanent supportive housing or mental health support, whether it's violence prevention or at-risk youth interventions. These social service programs are doing essential work for the city on behalf of the city, and these are programs the city is not equipped to provide on its own. So my goal is to try to restore $5.3 million to social service programs. And one of the areas I would like to look at to pay to restore these services is the $100 million on consultant spending. And I asked my staff to download all of the contracts the auditor examined over a 3-year period to see what I could learn. And I'll admit, these are hundreds of documents. I haven't read them all yet. But I did find a few things from the several dozen reports I looked at. First, many of the categories of work in these contracts are for functions that our city staff can perform. Things like planning, conducting focus groups, workshops, community engagement, staff training. Second, the contractors often bill at rates of $200 or $300 an hour or more, some of them at daily rates of $10,000 per day or more, and some even more than that. One example I found was a contract for executive coaching that had rates including $375 an hour for coaching, $720 an hour for customized coaching, and $3,600 an hour for ad hoc course creation. Of course, I found the consultant contracts for the city logo in there for nearly $500,000 for brand strategy and development, and I think we know how the people of Austin feel about that one. I also found the $10.5 million contract for Gartner for IT products and services that has led to, unfortunately, the controversial proposal to consolidate hundreds of city tech workers into a single department. The list goes on. But my conclusion is that there has to be room to make cuts in these categories. And we should make cuts there before we take $1 more from social services, especially since we made cuts there last year. So I want to get to my questions. I really do appreciate the detailed memo sent to council about which social service contracts should be cut and why. Not that I think we should make those cuts, but that level of detail and analysis was very important. And Director Lang, I wanted to ask, has there been a similar analysis of each of these general and professional consulting contracts to determine their relative value?
Thanks, Councilmember. I will say that there has been continued analysis of these contracts, and we're still digging into the how and why and what these contracts have been for. I would like to address that the $100 million spend is over several funding sources. And so when you look at the savings that you are that you want to see for the general fund, many of those funding sources will not result in savings to the general fund. And then I will say that we are continuing to work with the departments to identify whether or not those contracts and that contract spend relates to a budget that is available and or whether it was strictly contract authority to go with that spend. And so there are several different variables that result in a difference in the contract spend or the contract authority and the budget that is available.
Thank you, Director. And I guess we've got about, 4 or 5 days to get our budget amendments ready to prepare for next Thursday. But let's assume that Council agreed that we should cut general and professional consulting before we cut social services. What would be the best way to reduce the general fund commitment to consultants by $5.3 million?
I think you have to look at what the services are that we're asking those consultants to do, and when we've looked at some of these consultant contracts and spend, several of them are responding to direction to do reviews or do plans, whether it's an IFC or if we're trying to move forward on a different kind of strategic plan for the different departments, such as Austin Energy's new plan that was recently put out. So there are several reasons that we have these contracts, and I think it's asking what services do you want the city to continue to do in some of these directives that we're given.
And in some of these cases, we could ask staff to do them, and then I guess it's fair to say that if we assign, for example, a strategic plan to staff instead of a consultant, that might impact timing of when the work product is delivered, things of that nature?
It definitely would. And in some cases, staff, we have a very good and robust and capable staff, but there are some nuanced information that we may not have as professional staff that we then lean on consultant or augmentation to help us with that information.
Do you think that you and your team could bring back some sort of analysis that could let us know, for example, if we'd like to cut some of the general fund consulting contracts, if we'd like to look at the internal services or support services contracts, what you would recommend as the first cuts to make?
I'll say yes, we can work on that. I think I just want to reiterate the contract spend and the budget may not be the same thing. And so when you look at the budget that's available, for example, if there was a contract that the department may have moved some savings to cover that contract, but that budget isn't available for ongoing savings, I want to make sure there's clarity on that. But we will look at what those contracts were when they have ended, or if there's still ongoing plans for them, and what those plans are to address your concern.
Okay, thank you. Do you think, I know time is very short in this whole budget cycle, what would be a reasonable expectation for us to get that kind of information?
We are working diligently. Our team is still looking into the information. We'll try to get it to you, I'm going to say as quickly as possible, but as you have said, it's thousands of lines of information that we are trying to dive through and delineate. We are working with departments to get more detail to understand better what their planned spend is. And so my hope is to be able to get something to you in the next couple of days, but I really want to reiterate, we'll continue to work on it. We'll continue to work to try to get you more information to help you make your decisions.
Okay. Well, I guess, Director, I just want to indicate that I might, in the absence of that kind of detailed information, it seems like the best, for example, the subquorum I'm working with could do is just propose a cut of some monetary amount or percentage amount and delegate to staff to figure out where exactly to make those cuts.
And if you're, yes, but I'm assuming the 1.3 million that we see as general fund spend, if that is the recommended cut, then we would have to identify what would not be able to be done in the general fund, because that's the only amount that is a general fund spend. And again, the budget that goes along with that.
But I believe you indicated a couple days ago, or it might have even been yesterday, that if we were to cut, for example, a professional consulting contract for internal services, half of those dollars would go back to the general fund.
About half of those dollars would go to the general fund, correct.
Okay. And so I guess just specifically want to ask about the Gartner contract. Do you know how much is left unspent under the $10.5 million Gartner contract?
I don't have that detail, but I will work with the team to understand what's available.
And I guess I could direct this question to CFO Vaninu. I guess what would be the impact if council were to ask that contract to be discontinued? and I'll yield to the mayor after the answer.
And I think we.
Sorry, I usually try to catch that before that goes off, but I was talking to another council member, so I apologize.
Same as what Carrie, that's one I would want to get back with you on, because that contract is used by many departments. It's used by our electric and water utilities, aviation, Austin Technology Services. So we have Gartner engaged in a variety of activities across the city. So I'd like to just get you a more thorough response in writing to that.
Thank you, Councilmember Singleton. Again, I apologize. I always try to catch that before it happens. Councilmember Alter, and then I may have a couple of questions before we go to Councilmember Lane, and we start back on the new rotation.
Thank you very much. My first round of questions are going to be related to APD, since Chief Davis, you're already here. But I think this first one might be better directed at Director Lang. Can you walk us through APD's overtime expenditures historically? And I don't know if you have last year versus this fiscal year, but I'm trying to understand where we have been and where we are going and how that looks. And Chief Davis, you might know this as well.
No, I'll let Carrie answer, but I would like to say that since I've been here every year, I've brought down overtime usage. So I think that's important to note.
Well, and I think that's what Director Lang might show us. Well, while she's working on that, I do have a question for you, Chief Davis, and it's not a dollars and cents number, but a question about how y'all are measuring your work and just how you are using, in this case, the dollars, but the people behind the dollars to achieve those outcomes. And what I'm getting at here is, and I'm pulling up your, in the budget document, your key performance indicators. For instance, and we've talked a little bit about the academy here, average number of cadets enrolled in the academy. And that makes sense. I get why you would put that. But it seems that, sometimes we are very focused on the inputs and not the result that we're trying to achieve. And right, we're not trying to get people enrolled in the academy. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get officers graduated out of the academy and onto the streets. And so I think looking at how we can shift some of these to be the result we're trying to get to. And, I think also looking at, our retention rates that you've been talking about. I think that's something that we might want to try to have that be our target outcome rather than what's going into the system. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. I think one of the issues, certainly from my perspective with the academy, is we may get them in, but are we keeping them even in the class? And so when you're looking at, bringing people in, are they capable to graduate a class? And so again, moving the recruiting and the academy under one commander has helped with that. We want quality people coming in to begin with, but it's also creating a culture there where it's not like we're identifying people with weaknesses to get them out. No, we're identifying people that may need help, and we're going to help them stay. And whether that's through, extra lessons with the penal code or physical fitness, all of those things. And so as we're looking at the changes we need to make at the academy, that is certainly something. I want that attrition rate in the academy to stay. If I'm starting with 100, I want to stay with 100 when we're graduating. And so that's where my focus is ensuring that we're creating a foster an environment where it's not identifying the weakest link to get them out. It is identifying the people that need some extra assistance to help them be successful.
Yeah. And just to foreshadow, I may have a couple amendments focused on some of these, and I'm going to work with you and your department on, for instance, also like percent of non-urgent calls into the 911 system. Once again, I understand why we might put that, but that's an input rather than what we're doing with those calls or what's the resolution of those calls, right? What we want to see, how we want to see the system perform, not what feeds into the system. So I know it seems mundane, but I think it's really important that we're able to target our resources and track the outcome we want to see, not what is necessarily flowing into the system. And,
certainly.
And it looks like Director Lane has.
Yes, so when we look at the sworn overtime history going back to 2022. It was 22.9 million in 22. It increased to 43.1 million in 23, 48.8 million in 24. It began reducing in 25 to 40.8 million, and then 35.8 million is the estimate for 26.
Okay. And how does that 35.8, I think it was on your slide, how does that compare to the vacancy savings that are?
And so what you'll see, I think on the slide was the proposed for next fiscal year. What I think the numbers are showing for this fiscal year, and I'll ask Michelle to chime in if I get it wrong, is that with the vacancy savings and the vacancy savings budget and the anticipated, I think that's 30 million. The anticipated overtime is 35 million. And overall, with the vacancies, the budgeted sworn personnel, and the overtime, we anticipate, the departments anticipate going over their personnel budget about $500,000, but they will manage within their overall budget.
Okay. Back to what has been discussed here a little bit in terms of kind of that other 10 million, the contractuals, the support services. The administrative support, particularly that line item, has gone up in this budget, 1.25 million. First, can you tell me what is administrative support and why that significant increase?
So administrative support includes the support services fund in particular, and so that is all of the departments from human resources, financial services, communications, our management services office, as well management services department, which includes several offices. Let me walk through and see what some of those details are on that particular increase. So let me give me a second to look into that, and then I'll let you know.
Yeah, and that's from Councilmember Siegel's CBQ in that contractuals section, the administrative support. I'm also wondering, the liability reserves are going up almost 50%, the contribution to the liability reserves. Can you help understand what that? It's going from 5 million to 7.5 million. Well, I'm wondering, because that's supposed to be debt support.
So that the allocation to the liability reserve is based on the 3-year average, and so that allocation to the police department is based on the historical spend through the liability reserves funds on their different cases.
Is the large settlement related to the yogurt shop implicate that at all? Because I thought we were doing a different financing mechanism.
No, that does not include the upcoming payment.
What would happen if we didn't increase the payment to the liability reserves, we just kept it flat?
Then that fund would be negative, and we would have to work on adding funding to it in future years. So the allocation would still need to happen.
Well, like the liability reserves are growing over the next 2 years. So in fiscal year, or the proposed budget, it ends at almost 8 million, and the planned year, 7.6 million. So I'm wondering why we need to grow the fund instead of keeping it level.
It has to do with our liability reserve policies, which I believe call for a 25, it's a reserve fund, so we're carrying a reserve balance equal to, I believe, 25% of our projected claims. So that's part of what drives the contributions to the liability reserve. And then, as Director Lang mentioned, it's also, there's a true-up component to it. So if a department's claims are higher than what were projected, and then we need to true the fund up to keep that reserve level at what the policy requires.
Is it fair to say that we've had a slightly higher 3-year average over the past 3 years because of that concentration of incidents related to, the protests at APD headquarters and the number of cases that came out of that? I want to say it's like 20 some odd cases, but that we could potentially see a more leveling off?
I think I would want to get you, instead of like guessing on that, just get you the actual trend data, so we could show you what those trends are and what our projections are.
Okay. I'd like to take a look at this. I think it's potentially an area where we might be over contributing just based on our formula that might have been impacted through a spike. And so,
but ultimately nobody's going to over contribute, because there is a true up piece. So to the extent we're giving somebody an allocation and then their claims come in below that, in the next budget cycle we will kind of correct that. So, we're monitoring it over time. So whatever the liability claims were for a specific department, that is exactly what they're paying. And then plus we get a little bit extra more for that reserve piece. But that's the part that we true up. So everybody pays exactly what their amount is. This just allows us to plan for those expenditures.
All right. We'll talk more about that.
I did also want to say on the cost allocations, while I know these guys are working to get you the specific deals, but of that 1.25 million increase, typically when you see the general fund budget or any of our departments' budgets going up maybe in the range of 3.5% to 4% annually, just because of built-in cost drivers, because of wages, health insurance, retirement costs, those same cost drivers impact our support service department. So like Harry was mentioning, financial services, human resources, mayor and council, management services, these are all departments that are in that support services fund. And so just for those same cost pressure reasons, you're going to see that budget status quo go up in the range of 3.5% to 4%. And so that's one aspect of why the allocations are going to just naturally go up every year. There's also an aspect to cost drivers. And so if a cost center such as payroll is maybe being allocated out to the departments based upon the number of FTEs they have, well, if one department gets an increase in FTEs relative to another department, that change in cost drivers can also affect the numbers. But again, while these guys can get you the details, that 1.52 million increase is just going to be an increase in police's share of the support services cost based upon those factors.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. Members, I'm not going to walk through all of these questions, but I posted on CBQ, and I'm told that we're going to have a memo tomorrow that hopefully answers some of these questions. But we've asked a number of questions about the social services contracts, and of course, we've also received a number of questions from the public. But if you haven't had a chance to look at these, I've put a list of questions, and the director has indicated that hopefully tomorrow the memo will answer these. But there are things like providing the total spending amounts divided into grants and contracts, providing the total number of contracts and grants in addition to the total spending for each category, providing a detailed list of which social service grants and contracts are being cut and by how much, both in numerical dollar amounts and as a percentage of the original grant money. And there's a number of questions like that, some of which we know the answers to, but I've been trying to get it in one place where the public will be able to see that as well. And I just want to call that to everyone's attention. Councilmember Lane, we'll go to you, followed by Councilmember Harper Madison.
Thank you. Councilmember Alter, I was listening to your discussion of inputs versus outcome-driven goals, and I thought, again, an example of the need for a management level hire around emergency communications. I do have one last question about the Joint Emergency Communications Department, and it relates to Alternative A versus Alternative C in the memo. Alternative A refers to a hire that is a well-qualified civilian 911 communications manager. Alternative C refers to an executive director hire and an assistant director hire, and I'd like to know the cost difference between this communications manager versus the executive director versus the assistant director. And if it is not readily available, I'm fine to receive that and follow up.
I don't have those breakdowns specifically, but we'll get those back to you as soon as possible.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much. I am now going to move on away from the Joint Emergency Communications Department. I have a question for Fire. Thank you. Wildfire is a high priority concern for my district. Have there been any significant cuts to wildfire prevention or response, and what unmet needs exist within the wildfire division?
Right now, we currently don't have any major cuts in that area at all, and we're working really hard to use the resources that we have available to get everything done that we need to get done.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for police. I noticed that only three possible, or it's related to police, I noticed that only three possible service prioritization options were listed for APD in the service prioritization report, and that none of them were included in the proposed budget. I am wondering if it's the conclusion of our city management or departmental leadership that there are no workable efficiencies to be found in our largest general fund department. And I'm hoping you can describe for me the process of arriving at the conclusion that the only three possible cuts that could be made, that there were only three possible cuts that could be made, and why none of them were included in the final budget, given its overall size. So this is a city management level question?
Yeah, Councilmember, could you please restate your question? I want to make sure I'm clear on what you're asking.
Sure. In the service prioritization report, we saw three possible cuts. They didn't make it into the budget, and so I'm wanting to know if city management's position is that there are not efficiencies to be found nor cuts to be made in any aspect of Austin Police Department, one of our largest cost centers.
As you know, and I think the budget staff has articulated this, that we go through a pretty comprehensive process each year where we not only look at service enhancements, but we ask departments to identify these opportunities for savings. Through the process of developing the proposed budget, we take very careful assessment of every opportunity to save money, whether that's in the police department or any other city department. And so the ultimate recommendation that is provided to you is in the totality of minimizing service impact as much as we can, knowing that there are still demands for services that we have in not only the police department, but all the departments that have offered those cuts, and then ultimately the management has to decide how we balance that with the overall totality of the needs that are still present for us on just day-to-day operations. And so, yes, that is our recommendation right now. Of course, there's always an opportunity to continue to look for those savings, but that is the recommendation that you have from the city management.
Well, Mr. Fortune, I would alert you to the reality that Chief Davis talked to us just today about an opportunity for $2 million in savings by implementing a recommendation that was made via a professional consulting report several years ago to start an online or telephone reporting division, which was followed up by a unanimous IFC to work towards a joint emergency communications department, which I actually believe that by becoming more effective, we will also become more efficient. And so I will simply posit that we are making a management error in not giving more thorough consideration to how we can improve, become more efficient. I have seen very noticeable results in my districts after the hiring of Chief Davis, and I know that more can be done from a management perspective. And so I'm simply asking for that.
Absolutely. There's always going to be more that we can do. And I would like to point out, specifically as it relates to the 311 conversation, while the consultant identified savings specifically in the police department, as we explained kind of earlier, that there are allocations for the cost of 311 that go to every city department. So reducing the calls from 311 doesn't necessarily reduce 22 positions, which the chief is advocating that she would want to have in her department. So the additional cost has got to go somewhere, and that's the assessment that would need to be carefully evaluated to determine what that true magnitude of savings would be. So while I understand it's the police department that would receive the $2 million, the general fund may not be at that level. And so there is that assessment that gets put into the equation when we assess which ones we're going to propose and which ones we will not.
And I respect that. And you have a lot to balance as you come up with these recommendations. But I will assert again that I've seen a pattern of when we make When we do our assessing, we look around the police department with some of it, and I'll just give another really small example, which is, the memo that came out last night said, well, one of the things we can do is we can rebrand to Austin Emergency Communications. We just went through a logo, a rebranding, a comms, and I just really think that there's something to be learned here. Like, we have to turn that lens onto all parts of our organization. So thank you for hearing me out. You know that I have specific frustrations around this particular topic, so I appreciate that. And with that, I'll turn to my next question. We were looking through some of the APD cost categories and just we're hoping to get clarification. Under commodities, police supplies increased by $295,000.
That's the increase to contractual increase to goals for our uniforms.
Okay, thank you. Under services other, increased by $267,000.
We're going to look at that detail, but also I want to address that within a department's budget, when you look at the line item budget of a department, there may be allocations changes in those line items. And so where you may see an increase in services other, there may be another decrease that's offsetting that change as the departments look at what their planned budgetary spend is for the next year and makes those adjustments. So I want to be careful to understand, to explain that.
Maintenance for vehicles doubled in cost?
That's an allocation from fleet.
Okay. And then I'm also wondering if APD's liability reserve contribution increased by $2.5 million this year. Are they required? Is APD finding that money within their existing budget, or would it come from the general fund?
That comes from the general fund.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me this time. Thank you for hearing me out. I'm glad we had this discussion. I'm not going to reiterate my talking points. You'll be happy to hear, Mayor. But I do just want to hit a couple of high points. My district has had long-standing serious problems with 911 response times and poor handling of jurisdictional overlap. While I understand the instinct is to take a less expensive approach, it hasn't been working for us to house this vital public safety function under a single agency with important priorities of its own. We really do need departmental level leadership structure that functions independently and has no other responsibilities competing with the work of making our 911 system work better for all of our city, not just for part of it. I really appreciate all the responses we received from staff today. I'm looking forward to finding the funding to jumpstart the improvement process during this budget cycle. For me, that includes a telephone or online crime reporting unit, as noted by Councilmember Fuentes, but I support a budget amendment for all of these purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Harper-Madison, followed by Councilmember Alter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually don't think these are necessarily budget questions that need to be answered now, but during the course of the discussion, it occurred to me that over the years, paying attention to the various departments and their retirement funds, so we talked about the statutory contribution for retirement funds, and it occurred to me that I don't know where everybody's standing these days. I remember there was a time where like fire was killing it with their pension, and AFD was sort of, or PD was struggling, and then there was a time where everybody was sort of all right. I'm just hoping that here in the near future, again, not a question that needs to be answered at this juncture, but in the near future, if I could just get an update on how everybody's performing. And, Mr. Benino, again.
I'd be happy to talk with you about it now, but
okay.
We will be doing a presentation to Audit Finance typically in
excellent.
December to give our annual update on how our pension systems are doing. I am happy to report that the reforms are working. The amortization periods are all below 30 years, which is what the state requirement is. And We've now been upgraded to AAA by all three agencies based upon the reforms that were implemented. So the reforms are working.
That's why you were so happy to come and talk to me.
Yeah, happy to come up and tell that good news story. And, we're the only large Texas city in the state of Texas that's AAA rated across the board.
Yes.
And those two upgrades were specifically due to the pension reforms. But we will be giving a more comprehensive update to audit finance in December.
That's excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. And then it also occurred to me during the course of the discussion, somebody asked for a very specific breakdown. I think it was the mayor. You asked about social services, which ones were affected. I know we heard from Farm Share and a few other folks about food today. As much as I wanted it to be a glowing success, there was a program that was initiated several years back. Excuse me. It was called the Healthy Corner Store Initiative, where essentially they were bringing healthy foods to corner stores. So in place of Takis, you could get carrot sticks or whatever the thing is. The truth of the matter is it didn't do well. And so I'm wondering, I'm noticing a lot in the way of food programs that are being cut. So I'd like to get a similar analysis about food programs, but also maybe some context would be helpful. So to say like a program was cut, but not say the program was cut because it didn't do well at all, I think contextually that's not helpful for us. So I was just wondering if when we talk about the things that are being removed or cut, if the reason is, it was ineffective or it just didn't work, I think sometimes indicating that is helpful for us. One of the things we're doing when we're deliberating where to find dollars, the truth of the matter is the dollars are finite. And despite some of my colleagues' desires to grow money, we can't. And so I want to operate from a place of entire reality. And so just knowing sometimes contextually when things don't work, instead of fighting to find money to bring it back, if it went away because it didn't work, it's helpful to know that. And then lastly, there was one other thing. It was food programs. It was retirement fund. Oh, and then lastly, Voki, I'm specifically looking at you. I remember a time, I was a part of the fire family for a long time and, adjacently. And I remember a time where my ex didn't work any overtime. And then all of a sudden, it was mandatory overtime. I'm curious to know, and it doesn't have to be an answer to a question at this moment necessarily, but I think my colleagues understanding how we got to a place where we required so much fire overtime. Because I just remember there was none. And then all of a sudden there was so much. I think some chronology behind how we got here might be helpful.
I mean, just short and sweet, we incrementally moved to the 4-person staffing model. And as we incrementally moved to that model, it created additional added time. Prior, when we only had a requirement for three, it was much easier to meet the staffing on a daily basis and typically didn't result in any overtime daily.
So short and sweet, the answer is we need to hire more people.
We're continuing to do what we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harper Madison. Councilmember Alter.
Thank you very much. I do have a number of questions for fire here, and I want to pick up on a question that Councilmember Ellis, and you said it very artfully and diplomatically, but I want to really hone in on, we, in our last budget, we cut overtime basically to a level as if we didn't have 4-person staffing, and that's why we're seeing in the current fiscal year we are over our overtime allocation because we are utilizing overtime to pay for 4-person staffing as required, and we all agreed to that in the contract. And we are going to be, somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 million over. Are you anticipating, and I want your truly honest assessment, with the $6 million that we are allocating here, do we think that's going to fully cover fiscal year 27 overtime, or do we think there's still some little bit that we've got to figure out how to either cut down, or we're going to show up with that overage again?
Hello, council member.
Yes.
I know you asked Chief Voki, and I appreciate that, but I think I want to give some context as well. When we were creating the proposed budget, we were looking at not just the spend, historical spend, but also the changes that were being made to I'm sorry, I said police. I'm sorry, the fire budget. We're looking at the changes that are being made, such as going back to the 53-hour work week in April, the changes that they've made from a management perspective on addressing some additional call-out time. And so as we were pushing that information forward, the additional positions that they're receiving, we do believe from those aspects, just looking at all those variables, that the $6 million will be enough to manage the 27 budget for overtime. Also, we will continue working with the fire department to look at what the budgetary needs are as we implement the new Austin schedule in October of 2027. We do think there will need to be some adjustments in the future years, but based on those factors and the changes that we've seen, that's why we budgeted it at the $6 million instead of the $8.3 million that was reduced in fiscal year 26.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure we're setting them up not for failure, but for reality, and not, every year I've been here, we've shown up and some public service department, public safety department has been over their overtime allocation, sometimes multiples. And that's not always a function of them not doing what they're supposed to be doing. It is sometimes a function of the budget not being realistic in terms of what that actual spend was. And so we get rosy sometimes. So I just want to make sure that we don't, if I'm lucky enough to be here for a fifth budget, that we're showing up with realistic, we didn't run over, we actually set them up for success. Moving past that, I want to understand, we have sworn firefighters doing things like building inspections, fire inspections, emergency prevention, other issues or other jobs. Are those all required to be sworn under either state law or our meet and confer, or are there any spaces where we could utilize civilian personnel to do those jobs?
So in our fire prevention division, we are using quite a few civilian personnel on the administrative side, as well as the engineering staff is all civilian staff. All of the folks that are actually doing the inspections are required per CBA and sometimes state law to conduct the inspections.
Okay. And I see labor relations, and if you can just give me a nod if you agree with that, if there's anything you want to add.
Yes, Roxana Stevens, Chief Labor Relations Officer. I just wanted to point out that the statutory requirements outline who in the fire department has to be sworn, and that's by section 143.0034, and that outlines specifically fire prevention. And so in order to address that, we have to negotiate that in the contract. And currently the statute and the contract hold that we are able to use some civilians in the fire prevention and we're able to use degreed engineers for some fire prevention duties. But other than that, it's pursuant to what the statute requires.
Okay. Chief Oki, can you walk me through your service prioritization number 5, which is reduce overtime by implementing an internal audit process to monitor compliance with revised leave and added time policies? And that was expected to reduce costs by about $800,000. What would that look like? And can you elaborate on that?
So we've implemented a new group to look at leave on a daily basis. So we're monitoring all leave use to make sure that it's being used appropriately daily. We've implemented new policies in that regard as well, with required follow-up on all leave use that's extraordinary.
Okay, so that while it's shown as not included, y'all are doing some kind of monitoring in line with essentially what that item is.
We're about 60 days into the policy change and review right now, and so we're apprehensive to say exactly what the dollar amount will be, but we're closely monitoring it now.
Okay. And similarly, your service priority number 1, this was to reduce overtime funding by conducting community outreach and public education activities without using sworn firefighters outside of their regularly scheduled shift. Can you just what is that? What are they doing? And
so we're essentially using fire engines for all of our community outreach events that we go to, and so
my kids love.
They do, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we can't do as much as we would like, because then we have units out of service, and obviously our main priority is making sure that we're keeping units in service. The other thing we have with that is sometimes the events are interrupted if we have an in-service unit come into the event.
I got you. So now I'm understanding and picturing exactly what you're talking about. All right, sorry, just moving down my questions here. You talked about our cadets. In the budget and when right before the KPIs, it notes that 70% of all calls for service are medical rather than fire related. And I'm curious, when I first read that, it seemed to me, we're sending 4 firefighters to go handle a medical call. Why is EMS not doing that when we have 2 individuals? Just, seems like it would be more cost effective to be more EMS to handle those calls and free y'all up to do other things. Am I thinking about this correctly? Just help me understand that.
I think what we do is pretty typical around the country, that 70% of fire calls everywhere are medical calls, and so the location of our fire stations and the availability of our units helps us provide the service and get the first responders there as quickly as possible. And so in most cases, we're arriving before EMS because of the number of units we have and our locations. And so it works together as a system. And so without us, they can't do what they do, and without them, we can't do what we do.
Okay. And in terms of our interlocal agreements, let's say with Sunset Valley or some of these other areas where we provide coverage, are we escalating the charge to them kind of proportionally as we are seeing our costs go up?
Absolutely. We've escalated the costs at Sunset Valley, and we significantly escalated the cost for ESD4 as well. And we may even get an additional station added by ESD4 in the future, as they have, as their ESD taxes continue to increase. So we're making sure that they're covering all of our added costs for our personnel and units and all the other things that we add. So they are fully paying for all the service that they're receiving.
Okay. My final question, and forgive me if I'm repeating and just didn't catch it, and when you were talking to Councilmember Duchin, in terms of our increased staffing to cover the Austin schedule, what are you projecting in terms of hiring? Are we going to hire the new 32 FTEs in this next year to cover that, or will it be more a combination of that and overtime? What's the projection?
We anticipate having those 54 positions, the 22 that were funded last year and the 32 that will be funded next year, filled prior to the October 1st date when the new schedule starts.
Okay, great. Mayor, I have about 4 questions for EMS whenever it comes back, but thank you.
Right now, we don't have anybody else scheduled to speak. Well, guys, you got to let me know if you want to talk. So Councilmember Duchin, since I essentially talked you out of it, I'll go to Councilmember Duchin, then Councilmember Siegel, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Alter. Folks, let me just point out that we have a number of speakers on item 3 in particular. We have to take up item 2. We have to vote individually on every item on item 3. And then we have item 4. And we're going to have a public hearing that's supposed to start at 3. So I'll just, in terms of time, your time management, I'll remind everybody of that. So Councilmember Duchin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. What I'm going to do is just reach out to, I think, Chief Lukritz and a couple others. I've got some questions about the prioritization and enhancement list, specifically ATC MS number 5, number 4, and police prioritization number 2. So if y'all can look out for me reaching out in the next couple of hours and trying to schedule something perhaps tomorrow to discuss those, that would be really helpful on our end.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Siegel, then Councilmember Alter.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to make these very concise. So I'm following up on Council Budget Question 24. I know some of my peers already asked a few questions about it. And I guess I'll direct my questions to you, Director Lang, but feel free to assign anybody. I guess, first of all, we were curious what the line item consultant others refers to.
I think it's noted in the responses to CSCRM project manager cost.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Would you please explain the facilities management increase of 72% for an increase of $4.5 million? We understand this is a base cost driver and a reimbursement to the facilities management fund, but it does seem like a high percentage increase from the previous year.
So, sure. The facilities management allocation is primarily based on the public safety headquarters as we are starting to implement those functions. But they also, police also has locations at the Grove, I believe. And so those allocations, as we bring those offices online and police is using that space, that's where the allocation increase is.
Okay, thank you. And then we saw $1.2 million for warehouse space for the Blue Santa program. Would you describe what that program is and why it's run out of the police department?
Councilmember, while the staff is looking to provide a response, Blue Santa is a community outreach initiative that we partner with the Blue Santa organization, and I believe the warehouse is not just for, I may be incorrect, it's not just for the Blue Santa, but it's other items as well, but I'll have to defer to the department on that.
I think that's true. When I first got here, we were paying $500,000 a year for a warehouse space that we ended up moving from because that was so expensive. So we definitely need to see what that is.
Anything else, Director, on that one?
No, we'll look into it and let you know the details.
Thank you. And then does that, I guess, program, that's assuming that it is $1.2 million, are there performance metrics or goals that y'all can share?
The Blue Santa is mostly made up of volunteers that work throughout the year gathering, gifts for children, but it's also the Office of Community Liaison works out of that group. And so this is a professional staff that supports the district representatives throughout the sectors and doing the good work, the community work that they do.
Thank you, Chief. Then going back to kind of the line items, would y'all share why services other is going up 16%?
So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, as departments are preparing their budget, they may do a reallocation between line items. And so that increase that you see there's an offsetting reduction in 6121 rental real estate. And so that's the offset.
Thank you so much. Next question about services armored courier going up 76%.
Increase in the contract? That is a contract that has increased.
What kind of contract, do you know?
Cash that comes into the police department that they take. Brinks Armor.
Understand, thank you. I see that rental other equipment is going up 169%.
Good afternoon, Michelle Schmidt, Chief Administrative Officer with the Police Department. I believe that one is related to the rental of Meridian barricades for non-reimbursed special events, and so it's showing up that line item.
Thank you, ma'am. And then travel increasing 155%.
Let me look into that one. That may be a reallocation internally as well. I think the line underneath that, there's some reallocation from that seminar training fee line up to that travel city business line.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that. Would you speak?
Please Speak up.
You can kind of pull it closer to you.
Sorry, I believe that one is a reallocation as well from the line underneath it. You'll see the negative amount there. So I think part of that seminar training fee was reallocated into the travel city business.
Thank you. Do you have information on why educational promotional commodities increased 28%?
Yes, that was a direct reallocation from training fees as well. That was related to the alarm administration unit that was transferred from Development Services Department back to Austin Police in FY26. And so we moved that budget line item from training fees into the promotional items where they use that budget to help make awareness for alarm administration.
Thank you. And then last one, franchise fees are increasing 54%.
Oh, on the revenue side?
Oh, sorry, you might be right. Okay.
Yes, that's related to our managed towing contract, and so that's the increase, and that's primarily based on the fee increase related to towing fees that increased on October 1st of 2025.
Understand. Thank you. And then the last question is relating to the municipal court. And so my understanding was that under the interlocal agreement with Travis County to provide magistration services on higher level charges, so that the ILA is for Travis County to do the work. In the presentation on page 15 today, it seems to indicate that our judges are now providing some of those services. And I guess if y'all could explain whether that's true, and if so, are we being reimbursed by the county for those services?
I'm Mary Jane Grubb, Clerk of the Court for Austin Municipal Court. Our judges are continuing to provide magistration services for APD to review probable cause affidavits between 8 and 5. Well, 8 and 5 during the weekdays, plus from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. during the weekdays as well. And on the weekends from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., weekends and holidays. Cloud Gavel is an electronic warrant service where it doesn't require officers to travel to a judge in person. And Travis County is not able to accommodate that during the CAFA dockets. So they're relying on our judges.
So that's above and beyond everything we pay to the county. There's no kind of reimbursement for us pitching in there?
I'm going to refer to the budget office to answer that question. I do believe that they're going to offer a 50% offset for this next fiscal year, but Carrie would be more knowledgeable on that.
That is accurate. We're getting a 50% reimbursement. I think there have been continued conversations with the county on their contribution to offset some of our costs, but for fiscal year 27, there's 50% reimbursement.
50%?
50.
Okay, and so is that reflected in the budget that is in front of us?
That is reflected at the, so the interlocal is at the fund level, and the reimbursement is offset by the increase of that contract, and so you'll see that change in the contract.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Let me clarify something. I want to make sure I clarify and say the right information regarding the facilities management change for police. I got information from the facilities management team. It is for the Grove. That is a rental allocation, and then there is about an $800,000 increase for rent at the training center, Technicenter, and RLC. Then there's the shared services, which is a part of the administrative services allocation for their portion of citywide security, mail, custodial, and all the administrative functions within facilities management. So you'll see both of those. It does not include the public safety headquarters. I wanted to clarify that.
Councilmember Alter.
Thank you very much. I have one APD question, and then Chief Lukritz. I've failed to ask your service prioritization number 2. It's about implementing indirect cost rate for reimbursed special events, and it's a $1.2 million savings. am I reading this correctly that basically you would just charge special event third parties slightly more, and that's how we would get to this 1.2, or is it something else?
My understanding is that, and I can say that we've already received a lot of calls. This is something to truly take a look at. Are people going to be continuing to have events here? If we're, because there's already been an increase that we're charging due to the increase in pay. And so that's already been applied. And so looking at that, a 1.2 million increase is across the board to these promoters and these events would be, to some of them would be a great deal.
Saving a little extra here. Now, for EMS, I'm trying to understand how many of our calls for service are the types that we don't need to send a 2-person ambulance to. And I'm thinking of, I've heard anecdotally of, maybe a senior citizen who can't reach the medicine on the top cabinet, and they call 911 and we send EMS or fire department.
Yeah, so, is it on?
Nope.
Each year, now it's not. Each year it's about 35,000 calls per year that we end up sending over to our collaborative care line, which is the secondary triage for them to be able to evaluate whether or not there's alternative resources that we could send. Of those, about 10 to 12,000 or so still end up in an ambulance transport. And then kind of a little different way to answer your question overall, because sometimes there are calls that EMS goes on that are medical concerns that aren't those necessarily super low acuity, but the patient may still not end up being transported because they get treated on scene or something, or refuse to go or something like that. So from the big picture, it's about 54% of our total calls end up with a transport to the hospital.
Okay. Is there any way, and I know you guys have been really innovative, whether it's paramedic practitioners, C4, all. If we made investments into not converting an ambulance to a single unit, but having truly dedicated just single individuals in, whatever kind of vehicle that could help alleviate some of those 10 or 12,000 calls that you mentioned, would that be something that over time would allow for us to see savings, because you'd have, the paramedics on the 2-person units doing the types of calls we need them to do?
So I think as we look at what the long-term multi-year strategic plan for the department is, and we look at the growth of the city and the progress that we're seeing here, we need to recognize that as we grow, so many of these calls are of a lower acuity nature. And whether it's through basic life support ambulances or it's through single unit responders, they are most likely the best resource for us to utilize in a number of those various areas. And so, but I think it's an extended process for us to recognize that we will continue to grow. We will need to continue to need additional resources. And so as we think about when we make those decisions to grow, whether we use an advanced life support ambulance, which is our most expensive resource, or if instead we could grow with a less resource intensive. And so when we talk about savings, I don't know that adding resources at this time would find you direct cost savings in this year, but I think over an extended period of time, when we look at the overall growth of the organization, we could grow financially at a slower rate by investing in the correct resources.
Okay. Well, I'd love to talk more offline about some of that and just figure out how we can make sure that we're providing, I know so often y'all are not, you don't want to ask for anything new because we're trying to just hold the line, but to your point, we need to grow smarter. And if there are things that we're missing out on, and it goes across the board, because I know this really is not just an EMS, police, and fire, what types of investments, even if we can't do it all right now, should and could we be making so that we are flattening the cost curve and providing that high level of service, but in a smarter way?
In the long term, I think as we look at what the EMS system looks like as a whole, we need to maximize the availability of those advanced life support resources from a geographic perspective to make sure that the smaller number of high acuity calls always have those resources available, and then identifying that the remainder of those calls can be treated with other resources, and I think that's a multi-year plan.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll just close. I wanted to mention, I very much value what Councilmember Fuentes mentioned at the top about how we can invest more into the social services, potentially with some of the dollars that have now come forward. And I know Councilmember Velasquez also mentioned support for that. I do think that looking at plugging some of those holes in some of the cuts are very important, things that we need to be. There are services that are going to be cut that are not cut because they're low performing. They're cut because we don't have the right amount. We don't have enough money to pay for all of them. But that being said, I don't want us to just restore everything without considering the fact that there are, and we have seen, some of these contracts that are not performing. And I think it does a disservice to those providers who are performing when just everybody gets funded, because it's assumed that this low performance is just endemic of the nonprofit world and our partners, rather than really a more limited situation we're seeing. So I do want us to continue to scrutinize and not just reflexively fund everything back to where it is, because then we're going to be right back here next year trying to figure out how we make even larger cuts. And beyond that, looking at what are things that we're plugging with one-time dollars that are going to be ongoing, the local housing vouchers being a seminal example of this. We can't keep managing year to year, crisis to crisis of we have to find $5 million to cut of this. We have to find X million dollars to cut for this. We keep setting ourselves up for these imbalances rather than just really making a hard choice at some point and saying we need to have structural stability. And so I know we don't have a lot of time between now and budget adoption, but I do want us to try to fund those programs that are really important and have such value to our community, but also not just set ourselves up to then have to cut a bunch of those next year, but instead be in a position where we can maintain these and naturally grow where our needs grow as a city. So I'll end with that, and I appreciate the conversation here today.
Thank you. Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you. I don't need these questions answered right now, but I would like to get who I need to reach out to for municipal court and HR questions going forward. If I could get a recommendation from staff on who should I reach out to.
For HR questions?
For HR and for muni court.
You can send them through the budget office, or if you want to speak to the director of HR, Susan Sins, and then the court clerk, Mary Jane Grubbs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Herbert Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge I am the recipient of a brand new bionic knee, and I need to do some PT, and I need to ice it. So I'm going to be in the building. I'm just going to take my leave up to my office so I can ice and do some work on the knee. But in the building and definitely listening, I can see folks starting to pour in. I want to make certain that everybody knows that I am here and I am listening.
You don't need an ambulance. You don't need an ambulance. All right. Well, I saw you looking right at the chief. I wanted to make sure. All right. Very good. All right. Members, unless there's something else, that will complete item number 1. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I hadn't skipped ahead or something. With that, please call the speakers for item 3A.
Thank you, Mayor. For 3A, Zenobia Joseph.
I've not seen her today.
That's the only speaker I have.
Okay. Well, then let's go to item 3A, members. Item 3A, as you've seen posted, is clarifying the issues related to the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. Now, there's a proposed amendment on item 3A that Councilmember Alter has made available and is in the backup. What I will do is ask if there's a motion with regard to item 3A. If we get a motion on item 3A, then I will call on Councilmember Alter to discuss his proposed amendment. If we get a motion in a second. Councilmember Qadri moves approval of item 3A. It is seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Alter, you're recognized for a proposed amendment.
Thank you very much. This is the amendment I talked about on Tuesday. It's that clarifying language to make sure that students aren't accidentally excluded from the IRC, and I move adoption.
Members, the motion has been made. It's seconded by Councilmember Qadri to amend item 3A. The motion it's Ryan. Motion to amend item 3A, number 1. Is there discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, without objection, the motion to amend Ryan Alter number 1 to item 3A is approved with Council members Harper Madison and Fuentes temporarily off the dais. We will now go back to item 3A as amended. The motion is to approve item 3A as amended. Is there discussion? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a brief comment. Really appreciate the work of the Independent Redistricting Commission. I know it's obviously called upon all the time, but it is really one of the more substantive and I think important commissions that we have, taking the decisions on redistricting, gerrymandering, and whatnot off of the dais and putting it with an Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. It's a good cleanup. Fully support it.
Thank you. Councilmember Alter.
I neglected to thank, I would not have even known about this issue but for an individual here. He came and testified on Tuesday. So Jack, thank you very much for calling our attention to this and making sure that students like yourself are not excluded.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Qadri.
Yeah, I want to thank Councilmember Alter for leading the charge on that correction. I want to thank Dash and Jack for being at City Hall and for raising this issue.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, without objection, item 3A as amended is adopted with Council members Harper Madison and Fuentes temporarily off the dais. That'll take us to item 3B. 3B, and I'll turn to the City Clerk for speakers.
Liam O'Brien.
Liam O'Brien.
That's all speakers.
Thank you. Members, I'll entertain a motion with regard to item 3B. I don't know of any motion to amend. Is there a motion? Mayor Pro Tem moves approval of item 3B. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Councilmember Siegel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. With a ton of appreciation for the Charter Review Commission, I just want to reiterate what I brought up on Tuesday, that I'm concerned with the number of proposed city charter amendments and how that will impact how long it'll take people to vote this November. So my plan for most of these is to vote no, but of course, if any of y'all want to advocate persuasively for any of these items, I will listen carefully. But I just don't think we should put any more amendments on the ballot than absolutely necessary. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Siegel, that's noted. Councilmember Alter.
I want to preview, similar to Councilmember Siegel, I do think 12 is too many. I do think we also need to have some. So just foreshadowing here, I'm going to be a yes on E, G, and K, but a no on the rest. So those are the ones I'll be advocating for.
All right. E, G, and K. Item B, for the record, is deleting language providing that the council shall meet at least once each week. and I'm going to show Councilmember Siegel and Councilmember Alter being opposed to that. Guys, you understand the charter says that right now, and we don't practice that. So if you're going to vote against it, you're voting against what you do on a weekly basis.
Thank you, Mayor. But we do have a workaround, right, where we publish a schedule where we say canceled meetings. And I think it's just like, okay, we have a clerical way of fixing that, and do we really need to make voters wait longer to complete our ballot this November?
Fair enough. Councilmember Lane, you wish to be showing voting no? All right.
Sorry, I'm also going to do some foreshadowing, not as much as maybe others.
Okay,
but
I'll tell you what, let's vote on these items.
Sure. Okay.
It's hard enough to keep up with all of this, so if you, let's not, I'm impressed that we found a new way to make it more difficult, but let's try not to do that. All right, let's vote on item 3B. Those in favor of item 3B indicate by raising your hand. Okay. Councilmember Harper Madison, are you voting in favor of 3B? Yes.
I don't know if you saw my head nod, but yes, Mr. Mayor.
I did, yes, I counted you. Thank you. Those opposed, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, there being 6 votes in favor, 4 votes in opposition, and Councilmember Fuentes temporarily off the dais. Item 3B is approved. That will take us to item 3C, which would delete language requiring the council to determine its rules and order of business by ordinance. Is there a motion to approve that item? Councilmember Velasquez moves approval. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ellis. Discussion on the item.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just note that virtually every governmental body sets its rules not via a law per se, but just internal rules, and this would be just aligning our practice with virtually every other governing body out there. It can be a headache to change an ordinance, a lot of work and a lot of paperwork. It's unnecessary. So again, I think this is a small but important change to the charter.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I should have called on public comment.
Monica Guzman, Jeffrey Bowen, Zenobia Joseph.
I don't see any of them here.
That.
Well, we're on this item. Okay.
That's all speakers.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second on item 3C. Any further discussion? All right. Those in favor indicate by raising your hand. Councilmember Harper Madison, did you have your hand raised? Thank you. All those opposed, raise your hand. There being 7 in favor, 3 in opposition, and 1 Councilmember Fuentes off the dais, the motion to adopt item 3C is approved. 3D is clarifying the meaning of the term election and to provide that the campaign contribution expenditure limits shall be modified each year by January 1st instead of with the adoption of the budget. I'll turn and ask if there are speakers.
There are no speakers for this one.
There are no speakers on this item. Is there a motion and a second to approve item 3D? Councilmember Ellis moves approval. It is seconded by Councilmember Velasquez. Is there discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of item 3D, please raise your hand. Those opposed, please raise your hand. There being 7 in favor and 3 in opposition. The 3 in opposition are Alter, Lane, and Cadre, and 1 Councilmember Fuentes off the dais. Item 3D is adopted. 3E is providing that initiative elections and petition charter amendments must be held on the next available November election date that occurs in an even-numbered year and that allows sufficient time to comply with other requirements of law. Is there a motion on item 3E? Councilmember Cadre moves approval. It is seconded by Councilmember Ellis. Is there discussion? All right, those in...
Mayor, I do have speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry, please. Yes, sorry. Well, she just reminded me. Sorry, come on forward.
I have Monica Guzman, Robin Schneider, and Dash Koska.
No, you're right in the right place, and that's why you get to do that. So why don't we start with Ms. Schneider, and then we'll come to you.
Hello, my name is Robin Schneider. I live in District 3, and I am opposed to this amendment. Look at one of the most important citizen initiatives in our city's recent history, which was the SOS petition. That was, as I wasn't here, but my understanding was that it was not done on a regular, it was done in an August election, had high turnout, but because the city council delayed it, all of these plats were grandfathered in. If we, the citizens, see something important that we need a vote, either something that you folks have done that we disagree with or something that bubbles up, we need to have votes in a timely way. Waiting for potentially, more than a year to be able to vote on something that enough of us think is urgent is wrong. And the SOS petition shows the dangers of a council that will not put things on the ballot in a timely way. So a lot of development happened because it was grandfathered, because the developers had time to put in their plats to avoid the repercussions of what passed overwhelmingly by the city, by the voters. So, we don't like to be held accountable, folks. Who likes that? But sometimes we all need to be held accountable, and accountability delayed can be accountability denied.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, council members. I was originally registered against this bill, but I'm actually just going to speak on it neutrally. Originally, I was concerned about overwhelming voters with too many choices in a high turnout federal election. But state local election law constrains the options enough that this proposal is basically the only better one of 2 bad options. This or allowing charter amendments to be approved in elections that sometimes have turnout in the single digits. But I want every member of council to really internalize this fact. These 2 choices, either requiring that charter amendments go during federal elections or letting them go to a vote in the closest uniform election date, have mutually exclusive trade-offs that cannot be avoided. If you want amendments in federal elections only, then you're going to have to put up with 2 years worth of proposals stacked into one ballot. That's why we have 14 here today. If you don't like having the longer ballot, then we have to go back to putting charter amendments in May, and you have to accept the possibility that 1 in 20 registered voters could decide what the charter looks like. It is a case of you cannot eat your cake and have it too, right? If there's any member of council here in the next few minutes who's arguing not to put charter amendments on the ballot because they're worried about making the ballot too long, and you don't expressively turn around and say, I want to put charter amendments in May or off your elections, you are effectively arguing that we should never amend the city charter, because you can't, it's a trade-off. You got to do one or the other. We've already gone 5 years without amending the city charter. I urge every member of City Council, do not use the length of the ballot as an excuse to shoot down the amendments today. That's not the job you were elected to do. You were elected to vote yes or no in this room based on what is good for the city, what's good for my constituents, nothing else. And I'm a student at UT who's experienced the lines on our campus. Has nothing to do with what's on the ballot or how long it is. Has to do with the fact that UT doesn't give us access to the polls, enough access. Has nothing to do with that. Also, these are partisan races. Most voters are just going to be voting straight ticket. It's not like the March primary.
Thank you, sir.
All speakers for 3E were called.
Councilmember Duchin, did you wish to be recognized? For some weird reason, mine. Councilmember Alter?
I just have a question for the law department to make sure we don't have any confusion here. First off, the SOS petition, was that a charter amendment or an ordinance change?
It was an ordinance.
And this particular, the item we're talking about here only is governing when charter amendments would be every other November, not impacting an ordinance petition. Is that correct?
So it would be both. It would be any citizen-initiated petition, both for an ordinance or a charter amendment.
Okay, I wasn't sure of that distinction. I wanted to be absolutely clear that we're talking about everything or just the charter. Because the charter has that 2-year moratorium, but petitions for ordinances do not. Correct?
Correct. And petitioned ordinances are governed wholly by our charter.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any further discussion on item 3E? All right, that being the case, those in favor of item 3E, please raise your hand. Councilmember Harper Madison, do you have your hand up? Okay. All right, there being 7 in favor, 3 in opposition, but let me ask, Councilmember Fuentes, are you prepared to vote on this item? Okay. And Councilmember Fuentes abstaining on the item. The 3 noes are Mayor Watson, Councilmember Alter, and Councilmember Duchin. Did you vote yes or no on that? All right, you're right. You told me that. See, that's why I was confused. All right, I apologize. There being 8. So who's those opposed? Raise your hand. Okay. There being 8 in favor, 2 in opposition, and 1 abstaining. Item 3E is adopted. That will take us to item 3F. Members, I have item 3F is providing that a petition for an election to recall a council member must contain valid signatures of at least 15% of the qualified voters of the respective council district. By the way, it indicates, other than the mayor in the posting language, my amendment, I hope, will clarify some issues related to that instead of the current 10%, and clarifying that the affidavit on the recall petition must be signed by the petition circulator. What I'll do is I'll ask for the speakers, and then we will go to the main motion, and then I will come back with a proposed amendment. Are there speakers on item 3F?
Yes, for 3F, Jeff Dickerson, Monica Guzman, Brad Massengill, Jeffrey Bowen, Zenobia Joseph, and Dash Koska.
If your name's been called and you wish to testify, please come forward. Mr. Dickerson, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Jeff Dickerson, District 5. I strongly urge you to vote no and keep the 10% threshold. Is this proposal a solution in search of a problem? Raising the percentage to 15% is a 50% increase in the number of signatures required. This is not a minor adjustment. This is a major barrier. I sent emails from the council member or mayor asking for confirmation and evidence supporting an increase. I haven't received anything today, so I ask again in a public forum, where's the evidence of widespread abuse, if any, for the past 20 years? Where are the evidence of frivolous recall elections for the past 20 years? Who made the justification for this increase, and who can we count on? And can we count on council to have an open and honest discussion on the dais for this measure before voting? Accountability is not an inconvenience. Citizens should not have to overcome obstacles to ask their fellow citizens to vote whether elected officials should remain in office. I support the clarifying petition so circulators sign the affidavit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Koska?
Yeah, thank you, Council. I am opposed to this amendment, and the reason why is I don't really see the necessity for this, and I say that in the wake of, the tax rate election that happened last year. I was one of the proud 37% who voted for it, and I campaigned hard for it. Nonetheless, the fact that it lost that badly, and yet none of you were recalled for it, proves that I think that there's not a real problem of the recalls being abused. Now, I know that the district that voted the hard against it also had the one who voted against the tax rate election, so maybe that was part of it. But I just don't see the necessity of it, and I think it would fail in the election anyway. I don't think the voters would want this, and I think the better way, I think you should vote it down and be able to tell your constituents, hey, I'll accept accountability. If there's a recall, vote me out. If I lose, but I'm not going to change the rules to make it harder for me to lose.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Massengill?
Yeah, I concur. I was doing a little research into past elections, and there's been some districts that have had a 28% turnout in an off-year election. So we're running the risk of electing somebody who's just barely electable and can't be held accountable, because you take over, if it was a close race, it would take every single person that voted against that person and other people to do a recall. It's a super high bar. It doesn't seem feasible. And again, it's a waste of ink. We shouldn't even be putting this on the ballot. I don't know. Is there one of y'all up there that's concerned about getting a petition against you right now? I mean, who's pushing this? It doesn't seem. It seems like a headless initiative. I would encourage y'all to vote it down. I also want to say I wish I'd been here earlier. I really support everyone's efforts to keep social services fully funded.
Why don't we stay on topic, Mr. Massengill?
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All speakers for 3F have been called.
Thank you. Members, all the speakers have been called. Let me go to my proposed amendment, because what my proposed amendment does is and what you have in front of you in the yellow sheet, it's Watson Amendment number 1 to item 3F. What it does is it strikes the proposed change of 15 from the red line changes and restores the 10% requirement to certify a recall petition. It also changes some what I consider to be odd language, where it talked about the qualified voters of the territory from which the council member is elected, and changes it to the district which the council member is elected. It leaves in the language to assure that that the mayor can also, although the posting language, and we'll need to make sure that what gets put on the ballot language, if this is approved, doesn't look like it's excluding the mayor from this. This continues to make sure that the mayor can also have a petition to be recalled if 10% of the qualified voters in the city of Austin do that, and adds language to assure that. It calls for, it says demand the removal of a council member or mayor. And then one of the recommendations that had come forward was that it would require the circulators, one of the circulators of the petition, not just a signer of each petition, shall make an affidavit that the statements therein are true, and it maintains that. Councilmember, I move approval of Watson motion to amend item 3F, and just so that people understand what I just said, this would keep the 10%. This would change the proposal that has 15% in it, take it back to the 10%, and Councilmember Velasquez moves adoption, seconds that my motion. Is there discussion on the motion to amend? Yes, Councilmember Velasquez.
Mayor, I just wanted to thank you for bringing this amendment forward. I was actually going to vote against this until we brought that threshold back down.
Well, assuming that this amendment passes, I was too. So now I was going to vote against it too. But all right, is there any further discussion on the motion to amend? Watson motion to amend.
Natasha has her hand up.
Councilmember Harper Madison.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to address the motion to amend and just the discussion in general. As the lone black council member on the council, living in a country with the type of federal administration we have and the kind of people who are being emboldened by our federal administration, I'd like to say my district is low voter turnout, in which case I don't want future-facing Black political power to be at risk because we have low voter turnout. And the people who would, by nefarious purposes, use this tool to vote out a Black council member, to recall a Black council member for no other reason except that they are a Black council member concerns me.
Thank you. The vote will be on the motion, Watson motion to amend item 3F. Those in favor, please raise your hand on the motion to amend. Those opposed, raise your hand. There being 10 votes in favor of the motion to amend, 1 in opposition, Councilmember Harper Madison. The motion to amend is adopted. That will take us back to the main motion on item 3F as amended by the Watson amendment. Those in, they're just, Councilmember Alter.
A practical question. Now that it's back to where we started, is there still a point in this?
Well, that's the clarifying language that I talked about. We put clarifying language in it so that it doesn't have language like the territory, and it actually makes specific reference to now that we have single-member districts. It also requires the circulator, with the recommendation that had come forward, required at least a circulator of the petition to sign the affidavit as opposed to just a signer of the petition sign the affidavit. So it does have clarifying language.
Okay.
And it takes us back to the original number. Those in favor of item 3F as amended, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, those opposed, raise your hand. Councilmember Siegel, are you voting? Sure, I'll vote. Well, just, I'm not forcing you, I'm just to make sure you weren't asleep. How'd you vote?
I'm against.
Okay. Okay, there being 2 votes in favor. No, I'm sorry, 4 votes in favor and 7 votes in opposition. The 4 in favor are Duchin, the mayor, Councilmember Velasquez, Councilmember Ellis. The motion to adopt item 3F fails, and item 3F will not be on the ballot. That will take us to item 3G, providing that the council appoints and removes the city attorney. I'll entertain a motion with regard to item 3G. Mayor Pro Tem moves approval. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Fuentes. Let's turn and see who signed up to speak.
There are no speakers for 3G.
There are no speakers on item number 3G, so is there discussion? Then I'll call for a vote. Those in favor of item 3G, please raise your hand. Okay. Those opposed, raise your hand. You're okay. There being 8 in favor, 2 in opposition, Mayor Watson and Councilmember Kadri and Councilmember Siegel abstaining, the motion to approve item 3G is adopted. That'll take us to item 3H, making the time frame for the automatic resignation provision for municipal court judges the same as that provided in the Texas Constitution for other officials. I'll entertain a motion. Is there a motion to approve item 3H? Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Councilmember Ellis moves approval. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? There being Councilmember Harper Madison seconds the motion. We've used the word foreshadowing many times today. I wonder what this foreshadows. All right, any discussion? Do we have anybody signed up to speak?
There are no speakers.
I was going to be shocked on that one.
Mayor,
I was really looking.
can I withdraw the motion? This just seems like not a good use of
The
time.
motion is now there's a motion and a second, so it now belongs to the entire council. So you can vote no. Mayor Pro Tem.
And Mayor, I have no concerns with this. It's a fine cleanup. This is one that I am going to vote no on, just to keep the not a ton of amendments on the ballot. Again, I agree with it in substance. I don't think it's ever been a problem, and maybe next charter election.
All right. Anybody else want to talk? All right. Those in favor, let me do it this way. Is there anyone wishing to be shown in favor of item 3H other than the maker of the motion and the maker of the second? And I'm teasing them. All right. Is there, without objection?
I tried to take it down.
Huh?
I tried to take it down.
I know you did. So without objection, item 3H fails. And I'm going to say this to the record, unless somebody corrects me, the record will reflect that it failed unanimously. All right. Item 3I will be to ensure that city financial practices are consistent with generally accepted accounting principles, reflect current practices for appropriations for department level work programs. Is there a motion on item 3I? Councilmember Duchin moves approval. Is there a second? Councilmember Ellis seconds the motion. Is there anyone signed up to speak?
I have two speakers, Monica Guzman, Zenobia Joseph.
Ms. Guzman's indicated she doesn't wish to speak, and we haven't seen Ms. Joseph today. Okay. Those are all the speakers. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Just the same rationale, agree with the charter amendment, just too many charter amendments.
Let me ask so with that, there being no further discussion, those in favor of item 3I, please raise your hand. All right, those opposed, raise your hand. All right, there being one vote in favor, Councilmember Duchin, and 10 in opposition, item 3I fails. That'll take us to item 3J, removing appointees and employees of the Office of the City Auditor from classified civil service. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Is there a motion? There being no motion on item 3J, we will now go to, I guess I ought to ask if anybody wants to talk.
There are no speakers.
All right, we'll go to item 3K, making non-substantive corrections of typographical errors, punctuation, and sentence structure, and to change or remove language that is moot or unenforceable because it had been superseded by state law or by a final court order. Is there a motion? Councilmember Lane moves approval. It is seconded by Councilmember Alter. Anybody signed up to speak?
I have one speaker, Jeffrey Bowen.
Hi. Oh, yeah, you just waving? Yeah, all right. He's waving his right to speak. Nobody else has signed up to speak. Any discussion on item 3K? Hearing none, without objection, item 3K is adopted. Councilmember Siegel, you want to be shown voting no? All right. And Councilmember Qadri will be shown voting no. So item 3K is adopted with those two being shown voting no. Item L, removing the restriction that office holders must wait until after leaving office to solicit and accept political contributions, to pay unpaid campaign expenses, or to reimburse campaign expenditures made from personal funds, and to impose contribution limits on such office holders. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Hearing none, item 3L. Let me ask if anybody signed up to speak.
There are some speakers for this item.
Well, I'll ask you to call them, but I just hope y'all were paying attention because ain't nobody moved it. which means it will not pass. So if you're opposed to it, you just won. Go ahead.
Jeff Dickerson, Monica Guzman, and Zenobia Joseph.
All right. You still going to talk on after you won? Thank you. You might talk us into voting for it. You have the floor.
I'm going to use up some of my time to speak. Councilmember Vela, perhaps you should allow citizens of Boston to voice their opinion rather than having council members decide what they want to do or not do. Perhaps you ought to take that into consideration. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I strongly advise you to vote no on F, as well as removing it from the ballot box. The current ordinance establishes clear ethical boundary, and elected officials should not be soliciting campaign contributions to repay themselves or retire campaign debt while they are actively serving in office. This safeguard exists for a simple reason: protect public trust. The proposal does not solve any public problem. It only serves to create new ethical concerns and unnecessary conflict. The council is supposed to adhere to transparency, accountability, and ethical standards. I respectfully ask you to preserve Austin's commitment to ethical government. Vote no on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, there was no motion and no second on item 3L. I'll ask if there's any motion or second again, and I'm assuming there's not. All right, item 3L does not have a motion or second, so it will not be on the ballot. Item 3M is requiring an independent affordability and efficiency initiative before any tax rate increase and requiring the independent contractor to identify annual and multi-year savings. Members, this is the item that is on the agenda as a result of a certified petition. The petition has been certified by the city clerk, and under our charter, that requires us to put it on the ballot. We need to vote to put it on the ballot. So I will ask for a motion and a second with regard to this item. Is there a motion to approve? Motion is by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Ellis. Are there people signed up to speak?
Yes, Mayor. Philip Fitzgerald, Monica Guzman, Jeffrey Bowen, Zenobia Joseph.
If your name's been called and you want to talk, please come forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor, council members. On item M, I would appreciate if we would pass this. They received the amount of petitions or the signatures for the petition, and based upon even the ordinance that the mayor has started, I believe we are on a good headway to trying to find out what's going on. My main concerns, as I've told several of the council members, is really about performance, because I believe if we start dedicating and trying to figure out what performance is not being done, that maybe, just maybe, we can start shaking out some funds that are not, or there's going to be overlaps in those areas. So I urge you to heed what the petition signers wanted, and I appreciate your time on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Motion has been made and seconded to approve item M. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, without objection, item M is adopted and will appear on the ballot. Anyone wish to be shown voting no? All right. That will take us to item 3N, and 3N gives us the opportunity to put any other proposals on the agenda. So let me ask, is there anybody that wishes to bring something forward at this point as part of item 3N? Hearing none, please tell me nobody signed up to speak on this.
We do have some speakers.
Oh, okay. Please.
Shall I call? I will. Monica Guzman, Jeffrey Bowen, Zenobia Joseph, Jack Chrismon. Jack, are you here?
He was.
There's time donated by Dash. Dash, are you still here?
They both were here, but it appears they've gone.
Then that's all the speakers.
Okay, well, that worked out all right. There being no further items on to take up on item 3, let me turn to our legal staff, and you're clear on what was voted to be placed as part of the ballot, assuming we pass an ordinance to call an election.
We have the correct things. We have going on the ballot item 3A, item 3B, item 3C, item 3D, 3E, 3G, 3K, and 3M.
That's my, has anybody got anything different? Okay. Y'all got that too? Okay. We've got it from 2 or 3 different angles. Thank you very much. Members, that will take us to item number 4, to the authorization of a contract for a comprehensive efficiency study of city departments for the City of Austin's Auditor's Office to enter into a contract with an entity known as Public Works, LLC. We have our auditor here. You want to make a brief presentation?
Yes, sir. Could you bring that up, please? All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Jason Hadavi, City Auditor. I'm pleased to recommend this contract for council approval. As you're all aware, Section 239 of City Code calls for the City Auditor to oversee a program of recurring comprehensive efficiency assessments. I want to be as transparent as possible throughout this entire assessment, starting with how we recommended our contractor. I'll go into the details of the process, but let me start by highlighting the firm that we've selected. That's Public Works, LLC. Public Works is a national leader bringing over 30 years of experience advising roughly 200 jurisdictions, identifying billions of dollars in savings, as well as presenting public policy solutions addressing critical government functions. They've worked with multiple cities, including Chicago, Portland, Seattle, and they've worked in some of the largest counties in the country, including right here in Travis County. In addition, they'll partner with a local firm, EGS Research and Consulting, a local hub-certified woman-owned business based in Austin, founded by Dr. Esther Smith, a longtime Austin resident. The lead consultant for this project will be Dr. Mark Funkhauser, who served as mayor of Kansas City, Missouri, after serving as a city auditor for 18 years. Dr. Funkhauser is an internationally recognized audit expert, author, and teacher in public administration. So, how did we get here? Let me start by reiterating what the requirements are. I mentioned 239 requires my office to oversee and initiate a program of recurring comprehensive efficiency assessments designed to address cost-effective performance improvements of all other departments on a repeating schedule. It also requires that my office hire an external consultant with expertise in municipal audits. So this is an evaluation process that we followed. After the ordinance passed in February, we started designing the RFP. We issued that in late March, kept it open for about 6 weeks. Once it closed, we initiated the evaluation process using a team of audit managers in my office as part of the panel. I also served on the panel. We concluded our evaluations in late June, leading us to the contract approval item for today. And if approved, we'll begin the assessment planning immediately. When we designed the RFP, we recognized that the unique nature of the assessment program, the varying degrees of expertise offers would bring to the table, as well as a wide range of cost proposals. The lowest bid for all 5 years of the assessment was $1.1 million, and the highest exceeded $25 million. We anticipated we might receive such a wide range of cost proposals. To address that, and to ensure that Austin got the contractor that it needed, we designed an evaluation scoring system that rewarded experienced firms with highly skilled teams utilizing well-designed project strategies, all at a reasonable price. Points were also awarded to offers inclusive of small and local businesses. The price and small and local business preference points were scored utilizing the city's standard approach by the purchasing office. Essentially, my team focused just on the factors in the top row. I want to go into a little bit of detail about each of these. First, we looked at each firm's understanding of the project, their methodology for completing each departmental assessment, and the review strategy for completing assessments across the entire city. We evaluated the proposed schedule for covering departmental assessments and cross-functional areas. Firms were asked to provide analytical frameworks or models that will be used to evaluate departments for effectiveness and efficiency. We considered how firms propose gathering quantitative and qualitative data. How would they interact with stakeholders, conduct surveys? These are just a few examples of the factors that we looked at in this first section. The RFP describes them all in detail, but I'll spare you that right now. Next, we evaluated the firms themselves. We considered how long they'd been in business. What was their experience conducting work similar to this assessment? Had they ever conducted an entity-wide assessment before? And if so, was it of a local government entity? We asked for references from those clients to opine on the work that was completed before this project. We also evaluated who the firm assigned to the team. Some teams were small with less than 5 people. Some teams had no experience in local government. We wanted to make sure that the right people were assigned to this project. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank every firm that submitted an offer. This was not an easy task. There were multiple compelling offers that required us to be diligent in our scoring process. So why are we recommending Public Works? First, their understanding of the project was exceptional. Their experience in this field and focus on government clients resulted in a proposal that demonstrated a thorough understanding of what Austin seeks to accomplish, the challenges that we face, and a well-designed approach to find solutions. Additionally, Public Works understands Austin. They see the road that led us here, including the budget climate, the failure of Prop Q, but more importantly, they have an extensive history with Austin, starting with Dr. Smith, who I mentioned earlier. Local team members have experience evaluating Texas cities, with one even serving on the former Police Monitor Citizen Review panel. Finally, their proposal is rooted in stakeholder engagement, designed to rebuild public confidence while protecting the services and workforce that Austin residents rely on. Their firm is made up of former high-level federal, state, and local government officials who not only understand government operations, they believe in the value of the public sector workforce. Public Works sees public employees not as obstacles to efficiency, they are essential sources to it. Public Works proposes completing each department assessment within 3 years, delivering findings and actionable recommendations as early as possible, enabling the city to begin implementation sooner, preserving 2 years at the end of the assessment for potential delays, deep dive analysis, validation of findings, and targeted follow-up work as needed. Looking at the company information section, I must reiterate that Public Works has over 30 years of experience supporting public sector clients. This is a major advantage in its own right, but we saw evidence of this focus throughout their entire proposal. Put simply, government operations are their bread and butter. They have completed multiple entity-wide assessments of cities and counties, resulting in savings of at least 5% of operating expenditures. In Austin, that would amount to $75 million a year or more. I'd like to clarify that we do not set a specific goal for this efficiency assessment. I'm just highlighting the results from their prior engagements. Additionally, Public Works experience in Austin and partnership with EGS rounded out an impressive amount of corporate experience. The team assembled by Public Works has an impressive array of expertise. The team is comprised of over 25 subject matter experts covering all aspects of the City of Austin's operations. The inclusion of Dr. Funkhauser as the project manager was an impressive factor that stood out amongst even the most competitive proposals. Dr. Funkhauser possesses a unique blend of experience. His contributions to this assessment cannot be understated, given his insight as a mayor of a major city, navigating fiscal challenges during the Great Recession, and that of an independent city auditor holding government accountable through performance auditing. Collectively, the team possesses an impressive blend of audit, political, operational, and financial expertise resulting from years of service as public servants themselves. I'm confident in their ability to conduct this assessment and deliver value-added recommendations to the City of Austin. Lastly, I'd like to thank Sean Willett from the Procurement Office for helping with this. Her contributions and guidance throughout this entire process were invaluable. We really appreciate her efforts. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Before we go to speakers, I want to ask a couple of questions. And members, I will tell you that I had a lot more that I wanted to ask today just to get some stuff out into the public, into the bloodstream. But I'm going to wait on that because we have another public hearing, and I'm not going to do that right now. But I do want to ask a couple of questions. One is, I'm going to ask Mr. Adavi and ask you to identify the people at the table with you, because then I want to ask a question about independence.
Sure. So to my left, I have James Scarborough and Sean Willett from the Procurement Office, from Purchasing Office and Financial Services. And to my right, I have Eric Schnurr from Public Works LLC, the founder of the organization.
Great, thank you. So I'll ask this of both the auditor, and then I'm going to ask you, sir, a question with regard to the independence of this. Part of what we were very rigid about is that we wanted this to be an independent audit or efficiency assessment that would be done in a way where the public could have trust that it was independent of the management, independent of the administration, and would cover all of the departments in the city. So my first question is, as the auditor, do you feel comfortable that what we have set up here and what you're bringing to us in this contract is that it will have true independence?
Absolutely.
How about you, sir?
First of all, thank you for having me here today. My name is Eric Schnurr, and I'd like to address the mayor and council. And your usual question is, what district do you live in? I think all of you know I'm from out of state, but I have family that lives in District 9. So it's my pleasure to be here. Your question is whether we will be independent.
Whether you feel like this gives you, as an auditor, as somebody coming in and doing an efficiency assessment, the sort of independence that the public ought to expect.
Well, absolutely.
Okay. Now let me ask you another question. I want to talk about public works for a second. Would you describe your business history in the state of Texas?
Sure. We have worked here previously. We've conducted, I believe it's 3 efficiency reviews like this. We carried out the very similar project for Travis County, which was, I believe, in 2016 to 2017. We were subsequently hired to do 2 school district reviews in the state of Texas. One of them was through the LBB. I don't recall if the first one was LBB or if the separate Texas School Review Program still existed in that time and was technically the client. But both of these were performed for the state of Texas, reviewing 2 local school districts. In addition, we have, and have had for a long time, a number of our consultants who reside in the city of Austin, most of them for either the vast bulk or their entire lives, many of whom have worked with the city in a variety of capacities. Several of them have performed efficiency reviews like this for other Texas cities, although not with our firm, but prior to their having joined our firm. And at least one member of our review team worked for, I don't know how many years, somewhere between 10 and 20 years, for the Texas Performance Review itself. And when we started doing this work, initially it was in conjunction with several former members of the Texas Performance Review who joined our firm and have been with us for several decades at this point. And our methodology was initially modeled off of the methodology of the Texas Performance Review, which most of you know became the format for the National Performance Review that was conducted in 1993 to 1994 under President Clinton and Vice President Gore. The National Performance Review was overseen out of the Vice President's office. His then Deputy Chief of Staff, Patricia Ewing, who was a member of this project team, oversaw the NPR for Vice President Gore. So besides the work that we previously did in Texas, the roots of our process and everything we're going to be doing come straight out of Texas, basically, and have a long history and long roots in Texas.
It's been at least alleged by 2 people that that your company was delinquent on paying taxes in the state of Texas. Is that true?
No, it's absolutely false.
Okay. Members, are there any other questions? Well, let me ask it another way. Have you ever been delinquent on your taxes in the state of Texas?
No, we have not been. In fact, we have, I don't know if this is an embarrassing point or not, but we actually overpaid our taxes in the state of Texas.
Welcome to Austin. Councilmember Duchin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like you to help set our expectations, provided this contract goes through. When do you think that the management and council are going to start to get the fruits of your labor, the recommendations from the analyses and the work that you do?
And I'm sorry, Councilman, was that directed to me or to the auditor?
Whoever wants to field that question.
Do you want me to do it?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, so a couple of things. The city originally, in its request for proposals, contemplated a 5-year cycle for this. We have done audits like this in less than a year, and normally do it in less than a year. That sometimes depends on the client, but generally we figure that these kind of reviews can be done in roughly 8 months. The City of Austin one is a little bit more complex for reasons I'll get into in a second, but so we spent a lot of time debating this internally about what to propose the schedule for this. We came down with a 3-year proposal that's broken into 3, I think, fairly logical components. So we look at having this completed within 3 years, but that's not really the answer to your question, which is how soon can you start seeing something? The first year we're going to be looking essentially at general fund operating departments, the kind of public-facing municipal operations that most people think of as what they get from their government. The second year, we're going to be looking at more of what you can think of as the back office functions, cross-cutting functions, city operations that service other city operations in a lot of ways, like finance, procurement, those sorts of departments. In the third year, we're going to look at what are essentially the quasi-independent agencies, the authorities like the, most notably the airport and Austin Energy. And there are reasons for separating them out like that. In particular, we expect that the independent authorities are going to require a good amount of digging in, particularly Austin Energy, because of its size and complexity. So I think a 3-year schedule for this makes sense. Now that said, it's not going to be 3 years from now that you hear anything about us. We will be, first of all, reporting to the auditor's office on a regular basis. Undoubtedly weekly at the beginning. It may stretch out as we go. And we're certainly happy to communicate with council and the administration at any point that you want. The way our process normally works is you can split, and we'll be doing this 3 times essentially because of the 3 different annual phases. But, basically each review segment like that, we split roughly into thirds, and at the 1/3 and 2/3 parts, we do what we call a toll gate, which is the terminology that actually comes out of the Texas Performance Review. And this mimics what the Texas Performance Review did in its initial functioning. And that is that we do a lot of high-level reviews at each of these points with city officials to go through, and it's essentially a triage process. Say, this is what we're finding, this is what we're thinking. On every single recommendation or nascent recommendation that we're able to come up with at that point, and discuss them in a formal ongoing setting. I mean, this is somewhat like the, I'm blanking on the term, New York City and Baltimore did this sort of process a lot. The former police commissioner in New York was famous for starting this, and I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's a formalized process where you can go through and have both the city officials and the consultants all talking this through face to face, going through item by item, what we've found, what are comparisons, best practices with other jurisdictions, to the extent that we can early on. It's a little bit harder, but we try to put rough financial projections on it by 2/3 of the way through. We've got pretty set financial projections that we think are pretty good and defensible that we work through with the budget office. So it's not just consultants say so, but these are numbers that have held up over time consistently. So the bottom line is, a few months into this, you will have a pretty good idea of where we're going in year one. By 6 months or so in, you'll have a pretty solid idea of exactly what we're talking about in terms of dollar findings for the first year, exactly what's being recommended, what is not and why, how that compares with what's been done in other jurisdictions and so forth. So the bottom line is, you will be getting information and recommendations throughout this. And we've had instances where something that we turn up is such a no-brainer that it gets implemented before we've even set it down on paper, more or less. My favorite example of this was we did a comprehensive review of the state of West Virginia a number of years ago, and the auditor mentioned that we really believe in a very participatory process involving all stakeholders, but particularly the city workforce, because we believe that city employees know a lot about how operations can be improved. So we did a focus group with the State Department of Highways, and it developed through the process of that structured conversation that they'd never properly calibrated the salt spreaders on their snowplows. So we ran a couple tests on this. It turned out they were putting about $3 million a year too much salt on the road whenever it snowed. And just to put that in context, the entire state budget, including the entire state education system at the time, was $2 billion. So saving $3 million by just putting the right amount of salt on the road, out of a $2 billion budget, is a fairly significant saving off of just a small tweak. Well, I think we came up with this around October or November or so, and the governor said, well, we're not going to wait for June for the report on this. We're going to start, putting the right amount of salt on the road this winter. So, many of these things will be rolling off the presses, so to speak, as we're going. And I would anticipate that you'll start seeing hard results that will hopefully be saving the taxpayers money right away, within a fairly short time period after we start. And that will continue for the entire time we're working on this, and then for many years after. I think one important thing to stress, the auditor mentioned a $75 million a year figure. I'm going to say two things about that. I hope that turns out to be a low number, because that's based off of the general fund, because we have consistently found 5% savings in general fund operations just about everywhere we've gone. It's sometimes been higher. In the last year, we had one that produced 7%, one that produced 10%. But in Austin, as in a lot of cities, your general fund operations are actually a pretty small share of your budget. I think about 3/4 of your budget is non-general fund. To be conservative, we've started figuring out about 2% savings off of non-general fund operations. It may be higher, but you put that in, and you can do the math. You're talking pretty serious numbers. And the point I wanted to make on that is that these are annually recurring savings. They're not one-time things. They're not accounting gimmicks. The money that you save from doing this will hopefully start very soon, but it will last for years and years and years to come, because it's a secular improvement in operations.
Thank you. That answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Look forward to the work.
Yes, thank you. Why don't we go to speakers and see if we have any speakers that want to be heard on this item? Thank you.
For item 4, Philip Fitzgerald, Jeff Dickerson, Jeffrey Bowen, Zenobia Joseph.
Mr. Dickerson, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Originally, I was for this contract efficiency study, but after listening to this long-term and seemingly low payback, I'm on the fence about it. If it was going to go forward, I would ask, as part of the study, you add to the study the issue that was brought up on the dais by 2 council members, as well as some new on the ballot measures, length and wording. I propose that the council add is what I call de-jargoning to council and ordinances, ballots, language, and in general, written language put forth for public consumption. If you look at the screen, you can see what you guys wrote. And underneath in plain English, this is easier language for the public to understand. This is not a hard concept. If ordinances and ballot measures were written in plain English, taxpayers could more easily understand the choices and impacts. Let's eliminate the current jargon, contorted language. Remember the four-letter word that you were taught at an early age? It is not a curse word. It's KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Thank you.
I guess, thank you. I think you just called us stupid, but that's all right. Mr. Bowen?
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor, council members. Yes, sir, I understand that concept very well. And
what's your name?
Oh, Jeffrey Bowen, District 8. Sorry. Was trying to gather my thoughts on watching the process go through and kind of amazed that we're actually here, which is kind of exciting to some extent. We're already doing some work, and I'm glad to see that this is continuing, and hopefully it will continue on. And I want to stress the fact of independent. I really hope, after going through part of the processes of watching this whole thing going, is that it remains independent and that people stay in their lane. Also, the transparency portion of that. And last but not least, which happens to be the new word for the day, according to the guy from PBS, I guess he never said it, but I did, clarity. And I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, that you brought that back around on this entire process. I just find it amazing that we need to be have more clarification. If we're not clarifying it and people walk away from here going, I don't know what just happened, then we're not being clear to the constituents, the taxpayers, the people that you're supposed to be responsible to. I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to the vote also. This is going to be one hell of an interesting ride to see what's going to happen and transpire. And we'll go from there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Ms. Joseph?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Zenobia Joseph. I just want to state my opposition to the $5.2 million for Public Works. I'm not sure why an efficiency study would be any different than what your own auditor gave you in 2023. 17 of the 20 departments that were actually reviewed didn't use data. 2026, they told you the same thing again, and the city manager has not changed his methodology as it relates to these contracts. I want to remind you, Mayor, about the April 16th, 2026 letter that you received from Governor Abbott that was threatening the $2.5 million that you received from the state as it related to public safety. If you want to get some kind of trust from the community, it would be helpful to use that language from the governor. It said specifically, our records indicate that the city was awarded roughly $2.5 million in PSO grants in fiscal year 2026. It tells you if PSO elects to terminate those grants, the city will be required to repay PSO on or before the 30th day. Right now, you have acknowledged specifically in your resolution 20260730budget related to the ordinance. It was item 52. It specified that since 2011, it revealed persistent and systemic weaknesses in city contracting, and yet the city manager has not recouped any of the funds. It would be helpful, Mayor, if you want to gain our trust, to go back and look at the grants that you've already awarded and the contracts to tell us how much money you have recouped. It does no good to stay in the dark. We have no idea who these social service providers, the bad actors are. You know who they are. The auditor knows. Recoup the funds. And I would ask you to recoup the funds from Joyce James, the $2.9 million sole source, no bid contract, because she told the Public Safety Commission she was not authorized and she did not know how to do conversations related to racism. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That was all speakers for 4.
Members, those are all the people that have signed up to speak on item number 4. I move adoption of item number 4. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Fuentes. Discussion. I want to say a few things, and then what I want to say is that today this council is approving a contract that begins the work we set in motion several months ago when the council adopted the Comprehensive Efficiency Assessment Ordinance. Since I've been mayor, and I've spoken frequently about what I've called an agenda of efficiency, effectiveness, and innovation. And that agenda isn't about degrading government. It's about strengthening government. It's about making sure we're providing the highest quality services possible while being good stewards of the public resources entrusted to us. Austin, the city of Austin, is a complex organization. We deliver billions of dollars in services every year through dozens of departments, utilities, and enterprise operations. A city of this size should never stop asking itself a very simple question: can we do better? That's what this assessment is designed to answer. The ordinance that was unanimously approved by this city council calls for recurring comprehensive assessments using recognized best practices in auditing, performance management, benchmarking, and organizational review. Most importantly, it insists on something that I've believed was essential from the very beginning, and this council has endorsed and pushed forward: independent judgment. That's why we're hiring an outside firm with expertise in municipal performance auditing to work with our city auditor. We're bringing in professionals because we want professional analysis, not political analysis. Our responsibility as elected officials is to insist on independent accountability, not to script independent accountability. And that brings me to another proposal that has received attention, and one that we just discussed in a previous item. Some have suggested that because it also requires hiring an outside firm, it's essentially the same idea. And it isn't. The difference isn't whether government should be evaluated. We all agree that it should. The difference is how you create the most credible evaluation. Our ordinance establishes the objective: improve efficiency, improve effectiveness, benchmark us against leading cities, identify opportunities for continuous improvement. Then what it does is it entrusts independent professionals to determine the methodology and follow the evidence where it leads. The other proposal takes a different approach. Rather than establishing a principle of independent review, it writes much of the engagement itself into the proposed charter amendment. It specifies broad categories that must be examined. It prescribes required analytical components. It establishes timing requirements that will ultimately, I believe, be problematic. And it requires the engagement to identify savings exceeding the cost of the review itself. Those are not simply statements of principle. They are instructions about how the engagement is to be conducted. And that's an important distinction. Independent audits become credible because independent professionals exercise independent judgment. They don't become more independent because elected officials or political action committees decide in advance what questions must be asked, what methodology should be followed, or what financial threshold should define success. An audit should be directed by principles, not by a predetermined framework. And that's what we're doing today. We're creating an institution that will serve this city not once, but over and over again. An institution that can continually challenge us to improve. An institution that can help future councils make better decisions. An institution that earns public trust because its work is grounded in professional standards rather than in political preferences. Government should never stop asking how it can better serve the people. Today's contract begins that work. So, council, unless there's further discussion, the motion is to approve item number 4. It's been made and seconded. There being no further discussion, without objection, item number 4 is unanimously adopted. Thank you all. Thank you, council. And thank you to our auditor's office, and we look forward to working with Public Works LLC. Members,